some damage here.
Oh,
Yeah,
outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do you.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia koutou katoa, kua tai, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2025 Summerset Nationals, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club, and we've reached post-section play today. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in the commentary booth again by Dave Edwards for what should be a very good day of bowls. And Dave, I'll get you to talk us through the teams that we're going to see today.
Okay, first up in the match that we're going to cover straight away, it's an interesting competition, an interesting couple of teams here. The first team we're going to talk about is the Alistair Watson skipped team from Clyde. They consist of Richie Muir is playing at 3. Now, I've been told specifically that we've got to use the nicknames of the other two guys. It's Wazza Galatli off the front, and Musso Paulin is playing 2. Now, the 3 guys from the Clyde club are Alistair Watson, Musso and Wazza, and Richie Muir is from the Wanaka club in Christchurch, so Central Otago players. And they a bit of an upset in their last round. They defeated the pretty strong side of Finbar McGuigan from the Wellington Centre. So, yeah, a good scalp for them to get. And their opposition today, well, pretty familiar names, these guys. Past winners of this event just a couple of years ago. The skip, Tony Fabling, Paul Matheson at 3, Adrian Robbins at 2, and Kevin Greenwood. And these guys are a composite team. A couple from Canterbury and some from South Canterbury. And, yeah, but... So these guys have been there and done that in the past. There is one change to the team that did win this title a couple of years ago, but as I said, been there, done that. You would say that if you were a bookmaker, you would have the Tony Fabling team as your favourites. But as I said, Alistair Watson's side, they upset the apple cart in their first round today, so there's no reason why they can't do it again, Alex.
Yeah, certainly. That's the beauty of this game, as we spoke about yesterday, and that strong club teams can find ways to win in this fours event.
Absolutely, and I think that's the beauty of the national fours, is those strong club teams, and these guys have obviously played a lot together, and you just get so familiar with your mates, you know, playing with them and seeing them around the traps on a regular basis. So it's I think that leads to a comfortable, relaxed atmosphere for those club teams when they get to the nationals, and yeah, they can definitely do the business as we've seen in the past.
18 ends, of course, so there's plenty of time in this game. The games, we've broadcast 4 games so far, and all of them have really involved one team getting out quite well in front to start off with, and then we've seen those comebacks.
It has been, yes, it's been quite unusual. All the games that we've booked have been very similar in that regard, so it'll be interesting to see how we go here. Incidentally, we've got to mention the conditions. Gorgeous conditions out there today. The breeze has only just arrived. It's just a gentle fluttering breeze at the moment, not a cloud in the sky, and just superb conditions. Not too hot, not too cold, so no excuses as far as the players are concerned with the conditions, and really no excuses with the superb Burnside greens as well.
This is when you're waiting to see if the bowls are going to collide on the cross back over. Waltzing past. So beautiful day. We've had all the conditions here at Burnside so far. Well, not a huge amount of rain thanks to your weather predictions yesterday, Dave. We had a smattering of rain, a light drizzle.
So the first bowl we see delivered here by Richie Muir. Forehand. Incidentally, it's easy to work out these, but all 4 guys in this team using XGs, Henselite XG bowls. So they'll know each other's tracks pretty well. And the other team, Tony Fabling, uses the the Taylor SR. Zoomy is a nickname for Paul Matheson. He uses the Greenmaster Premier. Adrian Robbins used the Henselite XG, and Kevin Greenwood at lead the aerodynamic. So 4 different types of bowls being used by Tony Fabling's side.
That's interesting. Yeah. There's probably something to be said for maybe an ease of finding your line if you know you've got someone in your team with a similar or same bowl to yourself. Look at this shot.
Very, very good bowl here from Richie.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Richie Muir, what a bowl. Toucher. And got the shot, rested the shot off the opposition. So they've got first and third there, the Clyde team. And it's if this is the standard that we're going to see throughout the game, we're in for a belter of a game, because that's obviously a couple of loose bowls. It's the first end of the game. The guy's got to get used to the speed of the rink. And but yeah, pretty good head being built up here already, first end. Good to see.
Can understand how they did achieve that slight upset win against Finbar McGuigan, if that's the standard that Alistair and his team have been playing so far this morning. It's excellent bowling. Well, this can't be far away if it holds up. Oh, what a mighty effort.
Genuine attempt there from Tony Fabling, looking to just sit the shot bowl through, or perhaps tip his own second shot blue disc bowl up and over and onto the jack, so he was very much in the area there. Oh, what have we done here? We're not going to... Oh, what a great shot. It was a little bit dangerous. I was a little bit apprehensive as I saw it arriving at the head. I thought it could do some damage. In fact, it's nestled between those first and third shots, and he's got another shot out of it. What a great bowl.
No need to panic, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't think Tony will be short here.
He's got those 2 wing bowls, doesn't he, that he can afford to use.
On the backhand, he doesn't like it already. He's made a derogatory comment about it already, and they can see that it's high, wide and handsome. Won't change things. So how brave is Alistair? Is he going to try and draw another one here, or does he just take the 2 excellent shots that he's got?
Just heard someone say we could get 5 here on this first end.
Richie's just looking for him to, I think, to arrive to his own shot bowl that's nestled between those 2 bowls, just with a foot or so away. Crack an egg on it, as we say.
Look at this.
Close. He's close. If he just cracks an egg on that, he's unlucky.
Well, that's an incredible start to this game. What a standard we've seen set on this first end.
Let's hope that continues. We're in for a ripper if that continues. What a great start to the game. So 2 to the Watson 4 on the very first end. There's just a few clouds have appeared out there. Last time I looked out, there was no cloud in the sky, but there's definitely not threatening like they were yesterday, as we see the initial shot. Great bowl here from Richie Muir, and then it was followed up by this bowl.
This was so pretty to watch, this one.
I thought, I was a bit scared that he was going to do some damage, but what a great bowl. Look at that, nestled between the 2 bowls for another shot.
He's actually almost unlucky with his second one. You watch this shot, if he had been an inch to our left as we see it, probably would have been enough to sit the bowl down. You could have made a 3 or a 4. That's an outstanding start. first bowl being played by Warren. Did you say Wazza?
Wazza Galatly. He said that they, if you say Warren, they won't even know who you're talking about down home. So he's obviously well known down there as Wazza.
I'll try my best. We'll see how I go. Far away. This one either. Handy bowl. A little bit short. Would have felt like he had a chance most of the way there. And you just see your bowl pull up at the last minute.
Kevin Greenwood off the front for the Tony Fabling 4. He's won this event twice in the past, and one of the times he won it was when it was with the team that I was talking about the other day from the Marlborough Centre, skipped by Andre Smith, and Kevin led in that 4 when they won quite a number of years ago.
Am I right in saying, I might not be, Adrian Robbins, does he have a national title in the UK as well?
He actually has 4.
Okay, well, at least one. At least one.
He's yes, he told me that he's won 3 mixed pairs and 1 pairs title as a national title in England before emigrating here to New Zealand.
That's quite impressive, isn't it, to
It
have
is.
national titles in both countries?
Yep. And then he's got the one New Zealand title here with being part of this 4 from a couple of years ago that won this title. And he's drawn the shot there. We might have put the commentator's hex on these guys. This head's a bit scattered compared to the first one. We can see there's really only one decent bowl on the head at the moment.
You could get lucky and sit through the... No, I'm not going to. It's one of the quirks of this game that we play. You can play a head where you've got 16 bowls within 4 or 5 feet of the jack, and then you come back in the other direction and no one can get within cooey.
They haven't done too bad with their line taking. It's just the speed that's been the issue for the guys on this end. You can see that all the bowls pretty close to that centre line, so they've been getting their lines pretty well right early on. You see Richie Muir just pulling up a metre or so short as well. Once again, pretty well lined bowl. Zumi quickly into his work, left-hander of course, Paul Matheson. And that's one of the things when you're playing against a left-hander, you've got to learn not to follow the lines of those guys, because completely different setup on the mat, of course, and so the left-hander's line is a lot different to a right-hander.
It's the worst thing you can do is try and follow the line. If they, when we get a bit later on in the game, Dave, maybe we'll have a conversation about why that is, because it is to do with where the bowler's released in the mat. But we've got, what have we got? We've got 16 ends, so we'll save it for a little bit later on, but I'll probably pepper you with some questions around that, because I've always found it interesting. And when you watch players like Mark Noble, who steps forward with his right leg, it achieves a similar thing in a different way, because it changes where he's releasing his bowl in front of the mat. But we'll get to that, I'm sure.
Tony Fabry just putting the fingers, and so now as Alistair Watson, to see who has actually got the shot, whether it's the blue disc bowl to the left of the screen there or the red disc bowl that's sitting at 11 o'clock. They're all having a bit of a look here. No, it looks like it's one to the blue disc team. By the way, Muzzo just pointed to the blue bowl. He feels that that's the shot. Still plenty of room for these skips to change things. Alistair just a bit quick with his first attempt. He's probably gone to the mat and looked at all those short bowls and thought, well, this must be pretty heavy down here with all these guys dropping short. So he's put a bit too much on and gone charging past.
That's when, if your skips got out of the wrong side of bed in the morning, they'll say, how are you all short? I don't understand.
In fact, Tony Fabling's done exactly the same thing. He's a bit heavy as well. So can he make the adjustment here? Oh, he's tighter this time. He's not going to stop in time, so it looks like it's going to be one to Tony Fabling with a bowl still to come.
Very deliberate bowler. Tony Fabling was a top squash player before he took up the sport of lawn bowls, and found success early in his career at the what was then known as the Trusts New Zealand Open.
Rolled it, another blue disc bowl up and over there, so that could very well be 2 now. Let's have a look. Measures are coming out.
Certainly with the string measure.
So it's definitely 1 to Tony Fabling, and it's 2. Nice friendly start to the game. A 2 on consecutive ends, 1 to each team, so 2 all we make it after 2 ends.
This is Lewis Bell with the pedals, and I believe that on the scoreboard is Willie Bell, and it's a father and son situation on the pedals and on the scoreboard. So I think that's quite cool to see. Good job with the pedals there. Chosen also because he's a very tall man, which is convenient when you're holding the pedals up. Great to have the number of volunteers is just huge at these national events, isn't it? You look around and there's umpires and markers and scoreboard
It's phenomenal,
attendants.
really. You know, it is. It's quite incredible. And you look, the likes of Margaret Eames. Now, Margaret now lives in Auckland, she's ex-Nelsonian, but she's flown down here at her own expense and to act as an umpire throughout for the duration of the event. She just loves it, but once again giving up her time, and obviously a fair bit of expense involved as well to come down, but she just that's an example of just one of the many volunteers that we got that just give their time to this great sport of ours.
Such a dedicated group. I think we've always been fortunate as a sport to have those volunteers who do put the blood, sweat and tears into getting events like this to run, and centre events and club events as well. It's as simple as when you run a club event, who's going to go down to the club before the start of play and chalk your green up and get the mats out and then take them in the evening. You don't have people who put their hand up for that. You'd find not much would be going on. Look at this for a lead bowl.
Excellent. 2 excellent bowls from Kevin Greenwood there.
Get on your edge up, that's good.
So we mentioned the Clyde team causing a bit of an upset in the first round, beating Finbar McGuigan's side, but you'd have to say that based on the records of these 2 teams that they will be the underdogs here again in this round. You look at
Either or.
Tony Fabling, it's quite amazing. I says, asked the members of his team how many centre titles they've got, and Tony said, I've only got 3. I said, oh, okay. But the rest of them, Paul Matheson's got 13 centre titles here in the Canterbury Centre. Adrian Robbins has got 13 centre titles. And Kevin Greenwood's got 10. And if you look at the Alistair Watson skip side, Alistair's got 7 centre titles himself. Muzzo Paulin's got 2, Wazza Galatly 3, and Richie Muir 6. So, and, you know, then there's the national titles that we mentioned earlier on that Tony Fabling's side's got as well. That
certainly the team with more names in it. But I think one of the cool things about the Nationals, and because it bounces between the islands too, it's not every bowler who has either the inclination or the ability to travel, say, to an Auckland for the National Fours. It doesn't mean that they're not extremely well performed in their domestic centre championships, as we see. That was pretty to watch.
Very good bowl.
This is building nicely for the blue sticker team.
That reduced the count big time though, that bowl there from
Obviously what I was trying to say, Dave.
So
it's pretty early in the day to get confused about who's what colour.
Yep, Muzzo. So Muzzo got second shot out of that. But this is another excellent bowl here from Paul Matheson. And that'll be second shot. So 2 to Tony Fabling's side at the moment.
We'd expect to see some movement here.
Onto Musso, onto the blue bowl.
Can afford to miss heavy even in this situation.
Yeah, it was a good call there from Alistair, looking to onto Musso, turn him over, or onto the blue bowls with a metre or so of weight. He might look like he's going to be close here. Just
Bowler beats this one here, mate.
Just trying to cover where the jack could go. That bowl's running past a little. This is not far away. Perfect weight. Is it going to hold long enough? No, it's not. Beautiful effort. They're in good touch, this Central Otago team.
He might have actually made it a little bit easier for Alistair Watson. He skipped to come as well, because he's now got a 2 bowl target there instead of just that one when they were in a line. He's got a sort of 3rd and 4th shots, or maybe 3rd and 5th. So he's got a couple of bowls on the head. He can afford to play with a little bit of weight to those 2 bowls. The danger is if he gets the split, he's going to splash one of the blue disc bowls onto the jack, and where that is going, I'm not sure who's got the cover out on that side of the ring to see, but
it may tell us something, I think, about the style of game that Alistair Watson plays as a skip of a 4, because there are players who would look at this and back themselves to wind up and hit the split. If it's a kill, it's fine. You get rid of the bowls, it's fine. And there are other skips who would be more looking to play this sort of weight here that we've seen from Tony Fabling, where it's a reaching bowl through that shot that we see, 3rd shot at 12 o'clock.
He's in for 3rd. With a 2/3 now.
2/3 now, so that may tempt Alistair to be a bit aggressive with his shot here, and he is, playing with quite solid weight. Might be a bit wide here.
He's got a shelf to use. Oh, little cannon.
Oh, and he's got the shot out of that. He's a very lucky man there. Very lucky.
Look at that.
There was a lovely little exchange there between the 2 skips where Alistair handed Tony his bowl and just went, not quite the plan.
So jack in the ditch or sit the bowl through is the call here for Tony Fabling. He's on the tight line. Is he going to get it?
Is it his turn?
His turn to balance the ledger as far as the luck of the game was concerned, but no, he hasn't changed things.
Stand up against that bowl. I might, but don't have a shot.
This is interesting. Is there a... What? Is it just maybe afraid of drawing a second shot, Alistair Watson? Has he opted to switch to the...
Yeah, I think he's a bit worried that he might trail the jack and
yeah.
pop the jack out off of the bowl that's holding shot
This
at the
could
moment.
be ironic, Dave.
He might do it on this hand. He's going to sail underneath though, so just the one it is to the Watson-Clyde team. Takes them to a 1-shot lead, 3-2.
Some good shots on that end that we get to relive. Beautiful leading to start off with. And that bowl that was square through. I'm looking forward to, this bowl here. You'd think that it was essentially perfect weight, but slightly underneath the line. And then the slice of good fortune from Alistair Watson.
Here it is.
There.
That was very much a slice of good fortune.
Realistically, sort of 3 or 4 feet wide of his target, but nice weight and a good result. This is the direction that the team struggled with. Struggled's an exaggeration. It was the direction on the second inning we saw a looser head, and still a little bit looser to start with these leads, as we see Alistair striding out.
That one's got away on him a bit. High, wide and handsome. So we had the round of 64, well, there was a fair few buys in the first round, but round of 64 in the men's and the round of 32 in the women's this morning. So all the results are up on the Bowls New Zealand website. If you just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and follow your nose there, because it's pretty easy to find all the results from the first round this morning, both men's and women's.
Interesting first round matchups when I was looking through last night after the draw was published, and as we've spoken about, there's a number of by the time we get to tomorrow, a number of interesting stories that are going to develop. There's at least 5 players participating in this Nationals who are looking for, if they could win another title, a big milestone in either 5 or 10 national titles.
Kevin Greenwood with another very handy leads bowl there, giving his team the early ascendance on this end.
This bowl, I think, just racing a little.
Again, it's their speed that they're struggling with, these guys coming this way. Sometimes one of the things you've got to be aware of, I mean, there's next to no wind out there at the moment. It's try to settle into one side of the rink as a player, especially the front end guys, the leads and the twos, and that way you're playing on the same speed of green, side of the green, and the speed's consistent. That's where one of the disadvantages of playing round the clock, as we call it, where you favour a hand, whether it be your forehand or your backhand, but you play that continuously right throughout a game. It means that you're playing on both sides of the rink, and rink speeds can vary from one side of the rink to the other.
Oh, good bowl. It's a lovely bowl there from Paul Matheson. Blue stick it. Oh, we see aggression called early here.
He's a bit tight. Cleared the rubbish out of the front though, so opens things up, but no hesitation there whatsoever. Hit the red. It was.
I was just going to comment on that because I noticed it. I watched a little bit of their game against Finbar, and it was something I noticed in that game that Alistair had literally barely finished. He pointed at the bowl and said, hit that, and he'd barely finished it. Now, Richie Muir was off like a rocket up the middle. Must be his process for drive shots, I think, just see and hit.
No hesitation, just, yep, there's my target. Let her go. Team discussion. I like seeing that. I like seeing teams. It's not necessarily just the skip and the three. Some teams, that's the dynamic and that's the way it operates. Just the skip and the three talk about things, but you saw there that there was some involvement from one of the other guys in the team. And I don't mind that. I think it's a good thing. Involve all your team. Makes you feel like a team. He's decided to have another go at whacking it, and he's a bit tight.
Kill?
Oh, yeah.
That was very close. That was very close to the edge of that bowl. Yes, I agree, Dave. I think you have your team on board, don't you, when you make decisions as a team, and it doesn't mean that the lead or two or three or whatever have to necessarily contribute, but if your team is involved in the conversation, you're going to be on board with whatever it is you've decided to play. That's a great shot there from Tony Fable, and keeping that target, you can see from this end, 1.5 bowl target. Still tempting. I mean, all three just about go, don't they, if you hit that front bowl?
Yep.
I'll be fascinated to see if the jack moves on the way through to our left.
They're going to hit it again.
Here we go.
No, it's ducking away on him again.
On the narrow side, this could be an end that is looked back on as a key moment, because you would think that Tony will draw a fourth shot here. It should be a 4 to the blue stickers.
Has he got the running? Has he got the running? No, he's pulling up, so
He'll be grumpy with himself for that one. It's interesting, the psychology, isn't it? Because instead of Alistair and his team going, oh, we've just dropped a 4, they're going, well, thank God we've only dropped a 3. So psychologically, it's going to feel quite different having missed that bonus bowl. And look at this, we saw this swing and a miss from Richie Muir on his backhand with that shot, actually. I didn't notice that the first time around, and then it was a swing and a miss again. 3-4 cigarette papers narrow, and then narrower with the final bowl. So not an ideal way to finish an end for Alistair Watson and his team, but nice bowls from Tony and co, just to stack it up and keep that target narrow.
interesting too, just to see the trends on the lengths that are going to be played here. Yesterday it was when we were commentating on the women's games, it was quite noticeable from our perspective that the women, neither of the teams, the 4 teams that we displayed, had a specific length that they continued to try and play. Normally a team does have a go-to, a favourite length that they'll play most of the time, but yesterday it was quite noticeable. Most of the leads were just getting on the mat and delivering the jack, and wherever the jack finished, that was where they were playing, obviously. But be interesting, just keeping an eye. Kevin's tended to throw slightly longer jacks here, so we'll see whether that becomes the norm for Tony Fabling's team, whether they do prefer this longer length end.
Could be through the jack. Not quite.
Did manage to stay on the rink. Was it just a bit quick too? Handy home, but just not what he would have been looking for. Adrian Robbins with that familiar kiss of the bowl before he delivers.
He's on the right line. Yeah, that's a nice shot there. you can be a steadying influence from the 2 position, can't you? You know, with your 2 bowls.
Absolutely. This looks like it's undergreened. He's going to be really disappointed because he's got good speed. With the right line, that would have been a toucher.
This is a lovely line again from Robbins. How's your weight? You can see there, he's thinking, I was so close with that bowl.
So Musso just needs to take the correct line, same speed as his last bowl. And as I say, he'll draw a toucher. He looks like he might have overcooked it this time with both green and speed. It's actually one of the common things that I observe a lot with in the coaching that I've done is when a player misses their line with the first bowl and they have to take more grass with their second bowl, 99 times out of 100 they take more grass, but they put more speed on as well, and it's they go searching for that extra grass, but at the same time as they're doing that, they tend to always put weight on the bowl as well and end up being heavy. Don't know why it is, but it's quite common. Something to be aware of out there if you're playing. Just it's your grass. You don't need to bowl it any faster, you just need to bowl it a bit wider.
Little feather.
Yeah, he's going to get a lucky result here. He was trucking along a bit there. Was Richie, but he'd be happy with the end result.
Just a little bit off. I feel like that didn't go that well for who we just heard in the ambient mic.
A little bit of disappointment next door there, obviously. Yep.
Excitement followed by something else. So on the crossover, the red stickered bowls holding one shot, that bowl that sits at 11 to the jack, and a scattered enough head that you would look at that and think, oh, is it Tony? I don't know. What would you do here, Dave? I'm a little bit torn because there is an opportunity to try and play some sort of reaching bowl, but it all looks the head looks so scattered that you just chip off him.
I'd be drawing, just drawing the shot.
Yeah, it's,
early in the game, stick to the draw as much as you can so that you can get the feel of the speed of the green.
It's not like there's anything easy lined up either.
The speed of the ring, no, there's not. It's a pretty difficult shot that you're going to be trying to play to get rid of the shot bowl. So, and you're only one down, so definitely stick to the draw at this stage. This looks to be on a good line from Alistair Watson, just a bit quick though, I think. Yep.
That little grouping of bowls at the bottom left of your screen. These are the shots.
He had pretty good speed that time, but he just cut his line a little bit. Alistair doesn't muck around on the mat, does he? And there's nothing wrong with that if that's the way he plays. He's a bit quick though.
Racing through. It is going to be 1 to Alistair and his team, so they trail now 4 shots to 5. We're on the 6th end. Some highlights from that previous end for you. for Adrian. Adrian Robbins. He knew he was on a good track. Didn't quite manage it. And it was this bowl that stayed the shot, having used the wing to sit in for one. No one was able to beat it after that. It just sort of hung around.
Interesting, I commented about Alistair not taking a lot of time on the mat there, and so that's obviously his modus operandi, but as long as I talk a lot to players about pre-shot routines, as we see a very good opener here from Wazza. Pre-shot routines, as long as you've got a routine, as long as you still go through that routine every single time you get on the mat, I prefer a little bit more time perhaps than what Alistair's taking, and I get questioned a lot about some of the real gun Australians that we see, 2 or 3 in particular that spring to mind, that spend very little time. But one of the things I point, very little time on the mat before letting the bowl go, but one of the things I point out to people when they say that, have a look at what they're doing before they step on the mat though. Quite a lot of their pre-shot routine stuff is done off the mat.
Yeah.
And they're getting their lines, especially Aaron Wilson, Disco Wilson. A lot of people, oh, he's so quick, yeah, but you watch him standing behind the mat, he's doing a lot of his pre-shot routine stuff, and then once he gets on the mat, he's only on there a second and he lets the bowl go. So as long as you've got that pre-shot routine being the operative word, and then make sure you do the same thing every time. So Muzzo here on a pretty good track. He's another left-hander.
Well, this is interesting.
Very, very short though, unfortunately. He had a pretty good track.
And what we have is 4 short bowls that are scattered in front. So if we think that there's still another, what are there, 5 bowls, 11 bowls to be delivered on this end, we're probably going to see a lot of bowls get wrecked on short bowls that are in the way. It's becoming increasingly difficult.
There's another one in the way.
The next player's going, oh, I'm going to have to try and navigate my way around or underneath. They're too short to be through. This
is the frustrations
for the end.
It's an ugly end, right? Already it's very ugly, and this is the frustrations for the threes and the skips when they get on the mat and they've got this rubbish in their way up front. You know, it just does really exasperate you as a skip sometimes when you get on the mat, pick your bowl up and turn around and you're facing the Great Wall of China to get through or round or past or... And interesting to note in this game that this has happened a lot coming in this direction. Short. And I wonder whether the wind has picked up a little bit out there now, whether we have got a bit of a wind that is, and you can see the flags are definitely, we might have the old headwind tailwind scenario going on here now. As we see, this one finds a hole through the Great Wall of China. We see, yes, the flags there are starting to flutter a bit now, so, and it is definitely in that headwind tailwind direction. So I think that's what's happening here, and the guys are getting caught out with it.
It just means your bowls are going to pull up, so hard shots to play as we think it's
good bowl here from Paul Matheson. Oh, he's just a bit quick, overcooked it a little bit.
What a great view that was. Thanks, Tony.
Right round everything here. This is a good bowl. This is a good bowl.
Yeah, that's brown.
Oh, yes, he's going to get second shot. So 2 shots now to the Alistair Watson side. Can Paul Matheson fix that?
That's Helen Blick on the right watching the bowls. So obviously they've been playing this morning. President of Bowls Auckland.
So I think the commentator's hex worked. We talked about a very good head on the first end of the game. Since then we've had some scattered heads.
Yeah, certainly more coming this way. It seems to be that challenge, doesn't it, to find the right weight. And all it means is you get a different sort of bowls at at the end of an end, because instead of looking for shot play, the skips are trying to navigate their bowl through a minefield. And you're usually, okay, if you could just draw a second shot, you'd be feeling happy with yourself. And that's what we see. Alistair Watson here, he needs to navigate his way through this. And that's what happens. It's a well-played bowl. He was maybe an eighth of an inch wide, got a feather, and it just did and adds to the wall.
He's promoted one of the opposition's bowls there. I'm not sure whether it's far enough to be a counter, but it's definitely 2. And that bowl might be third shot now, the red disc bowl out there at 10 o'clock.
It's not a huge correction required.
He can come right round everything here, but he's overcooked his speed, I think. Yep. The big thing here is that all he needed to do then was beat the opposition's closest bowl. It's not about trying to get right slap bang on top of the jack, and it's about just beating the closest opposition bowl. As we see the last bowl of the end here, Tony Fabling, can he change things at all? He looks like he's gone through a bit quick too. So let's see how many this is. Definitely 2. And they've been taken out. Just the 2.
It was a strange end, and it's 2 there. It's confusing with the pedals. To the Central Otago team, right? So we're 6-5. We're 6-5, and it's the 7th end.
Yep, we're on to the 7th end now.
You can see there's plenty of room at the Burnside Bowling Club to come down and watch the bowls, and I've been reliably informed, if you are thinking about coming down to watch the bowls, that there is plenty of room in the car park around the back. There's plenty of car spaces, so it may look like it's full when you drive down the road and see there are cars parked along the road, but out the back in the car park, plenty of room. There's wonderful catering here. The bar is open. The sun is out. Where else would you rather be on a, what day is it? On a Saturday.
What more could you want, eh? And just quite noticeable here that was the Galatleys throwing a slightly shorter length end, so Kevin Greenwood was going for those longer ends, but the Central Otago boys have decided they want to shorten it up a little bit. Now, it hasn't put Kevin Greenwood off. He's nailed it with his first bowl.
Possibly more important to think about changing the length of the head from both teams when we come back in this direction towards the bowling club. Whichever team wins this end, I'm expecting to see a different length of head. A short one is probably not a silly idea if you've been getting caught in the headwind. To see another end delivered to this length by either team, I think we'll see a better quality head. Two-handy bowls. Look at that. Seating as well, Dave, and umbrellas. Shade.
Yep.
It's free.
Free sunscreen. The sunscreen on the tables is free sunscreen there. It's free to get in. Yep. And there's plenty of other games in action around on the other green beside this one. We've got the ladies, last 16 of the ladies round being played out there. There's 2 or 3 games underway out there. As I mentioned, results of the first round matches are definitely up on the Bowls New Zealand website, so check out how your favourite team's been going.
Just underneath it there.
Still one shot to Kevin Greenwood, the lead for Tony Fabling's side. His bowl nicely on the centre line directly behind the jack. This looks to be on a pretty good track from Adrian Robbins as well, just going to pull up short.
I can report that as we see, look at that, brilliant in the chat room from Burnside Bowling Club, writing down something.
Ken Wilson Pine on the right there. I remember Ken, fantastic administrator, been involved with the Burnside Club for a number of years, and he was actually the director of the World Bowls tournament when it was held here in 2008. Ken was the head honcho of that event, the tournament director. Did a fantastic job. Lovely guy, Ken.
Been great hosts of so many events over the years at Burnside Bowling Club. You walk in the club rooms and they're proud of it too, because you can look at the history on the walls of events that have been held and run here successfully.
Currently 2 shots to Tony Fabling's side, I would say. Skip's bowls to come.
Interesting. His weight was not horrific. Oh, this could be a nice bowl here. Down to the weight now.
Yep, excellent
well
bowl.
played. Good shot.
So holding 3 at the moment. Important bowl here for Alistair, and he's quickly into his work again.
If he's got the weight right, you would say that's a nice... Oh, he's just overcooked that.
Yep, quick.
Just overcooked it. The green was lovely to reach in through that track, but instead it's going to be an opportunity for another number here. Blue sticker team, and again we see just a little bit pinched on the bonus bowl.
Taking 2 out, having a quick look. I think that'll be 3. Oh, no, they're going to call for the measure. Good to see them quickly getting down and measuring too. Too many times you see people wander around, use the fingers, the other guy will use his fingers, and then the third guy will poke his nose and use his fingers, and finally someone will get a tape out and get down there and measure. 3 it is.
Good.
So the lead changes hands again. Tony Fabling 8-6 after 7 ends. Right, let's have a look at the length that Kevin Greenwood throws this time coming this way. The mat's up a little bit, as we can see from that shot. No, he's gone long again, but the mat is up a few paces up the other end. It looks like he might have thrown this in the ditch. So the opposition are going to get a crack at deciding what length they want to play in this, coming in this direction.
I actually feel like that's a positive thing for both teams here. I think to just reset the length of the head is important. We've not seen a lot of effective bowls being played in this direction, so the mat pulled right back to the 2 metre mark, and I would say we'll see a short end here.
Oops. Alistair's asked for a certain length.
A long end, 2 metres to 2
yes,
metres.
He has. He's asked for a long one. He's contradicting your thoughts completely.
Now, well, I'm not playing post-section of the National Fours. I'm just the mug behind the microphone, so fair enough.
This will test them, though, because remember the length was a lot shorter the last time coming in this direction, and they all were falling miles short. So this is going to really test them out, see whether they can reach this longer jack. Kevin Greenwood's not going to be there, so there's the first short bowl.
Has to be that breeze coming from the right to the left as we see it on screen. Just slowing the bowls down. Wazza.
See if Wazza can get one up there with his first bowl. He's very tight here, he's very tight. Yeah, that's not going to get there either. This is where, you know, you need, well, actually speed probably in the end wasn't too bad, it was just the green, but you need to have a little chat as a team. One of the team members needs to latch onto this and say, listen here guys, let's have a chat about this. Coming in this direction, be conscious of putting an extra metre of weight on, because it's obviously the old headwind, tailwind, and look at this, he's going to run into, he wouldn't have been too bad there, but he ran into his own short one. That would have been incredibly frustrating. That's better grass. Definitely. Let's see if he's given it the extra speed as well. He's probably overcooked it. There's another example of that where all he needed was more grass, and he's given it more grass but put on a heap of weight as well. So another example of what I was talking about earlier on, a very common fault. Adrian Robbins just goes sailing through as well, so nothing really close as yet from either team. See if Muzzo can. No,
Don't think it's going to.
No, those that aren't falling short are doing the big overcorrecting thing and going charging past. This is not on a good line either from Adrian Robbins. So the struggles coming in this direction continue.
Yeah, I don't know. Both teams will be frustrated. It'll be intriguing to see.
This looks to be on a good line, but once again it's pulling up.
So they get 5 more goes coming in this direction, don't they? You've got five Marines playing in this direction. So what's that? 20 more bowls playing in this direction. Something needs to change from either team. It's possibly going to be a story of whichever team figures out how to play coming this way as the one that will run away with the game. Something to just pay attention to. This could be half a chance.
I don't know whether he's got the speed again. He's dropping way short again. We had a very good line with both these bowls. Did Richie Muir, but oh no, actually that was his first bowl. My apologies to Richie, that was his first bowl. And this is going to be the shortest one on the green. Now can Richie make the adjustment? Beautiful line with his first bowl, just needs a couple of metres away. Don't overcook the adjustment, that's the thing, don't over adjust and really go charging through. Well, he hasn't done that, he's dropped another one almost beside his first one.
You can just about see the bowl hook away with a little bit of a breeze there.
When the breeze hits it, yeah.
Certainly I think that's happening.
It's very easy for us to sit up here and be critical of these short bowls, etc., but it obviously isn't easy out there. See the wind on the players' shirts there, and the clubhouse would be having an effect as well. Bouncing off the clubhouse, the wind, adding to the dilemma of the players. Why is this happening?
Always enjoyed watching Tony Fabling play bowls. There's a nice controlled delivery and a controlled style. He's not a bowler that you would see wind up and hit the head at 1,000,000 miles an hour very often. He's very controlled. I think a nicely built forwards team too with Tony, because the man with the drive in his team is Zumi. You know, Paul Matheson in the 3 position if required could probably hit 14 bowls off the head, and that must be how they've been using their forwards team, I would say. This is an exceptional bowl.
This is a great bowl because he was 5 down here.
Was beautiful,
Alistair. So that, at long last, it's great to see a bowl close, but they might be looking to hunt this bowl, Tony. He might have the writing instructions from Zumi. Can you see that bowl? Get rid of it. We've got 5 seconds, and he is playing with weight.
Needs it to let go.
It's not going to, so my word, that was an opportunity and a half. But Alistair Watson, what a great bowl that was, and fantastic skips bowl. 5 down.
Doubly hurt if he can make it 2 here.
Yeah. But yeah, a fantastic skips bowl, and we talk about with the skips, and he's not too bad here again. Two absolute ripper bowls, and
beautiful.
We talk about skips, about the big bowls that the skips play, and it's not necessarily how many they play, but when they play them that counts. And there's an example of 2 absolute rip snorters from Alistair Watson. Got his team out of a big hole that they dug themselves into. 5 down, and with both of his bowls he draws 2 shots. Excellent stuff from the skip. So we now have a tied game halfway through. We're just about halfway through. This is the 9th end now. But that could have been so different if it hadn't have been for those 2 fantastic bowls from Alistair Watson.
Yeah, I think so now, yeah, you know, I'll be knocking that up.
Not a bad opener from Galatly, but still just a little bit short, but it's not a horribly short bowl. It's in the area. Good reply from Kevin Greenwood too. A much better looking head developing already, and we've only played 4 of the bowls, but the Leeds bowls only have come up, but we can see that they've both nailed their line, and they've given their team some handy bowls right at the start of this end.
Adrian. A nice line.
Has he got the running. If he can get between those two bowls, he's going to be close. Yeah, very good bowl. Drawn the shot there.
It's interesting, isn't it? This game's just zipped by. We're already on end 9. It doesn't feel like they've been playing that long. It's been interesting to watch.
Oh, and a genuine attempt there as well. Much better head we've got here. Adrian will be wanting to just repeat the dose from his first bowl.
Yeah, well, it's only worth another one.
He looks to be on a pretty good track to do it as well. If he's between the two bowls again, yes he is.
Oh, look at this. That's lovely stuff. Nice clear instructions there.
Going to play with some weight, a raiding shot down through the head here, and he's in the area.
He's done it.
No, he's just a feather on the jack. But what I liked about that was that Alistair told him how much speed to play with. Told him draw to here, and he did. The speed was not excessive. One of the common faults when people are asked to play with that metre or two of weight, they end up playing with 7 or 8.
Extended out, hey, yeah.
But he played the good weight.
He's now forced to switch his hand. Oh, sorry, maybe not. I thought he was being forced to switch to the forehand with that bowl there. Why would you if you could just dead draw the shot?
Has he got the running?
If you could just
the running, what a great bowl.
Wow. Beautiful shot. Reasonably well protected too. He's allowing himself. Oh yeah, we got a couple of smiles from the team there.
I think the reason why they're smiling, actually, Alistair did want him to play on the other hand. I'm pretty sure I heard Alistair asking him to play on the other hand to promote one of their shorter bowls. Because when he did draw the shot, the comment from Alistair was, "Oh, well, you just go ahead and draw it then." So I think he disobeyed his skip's instructions, or he didn't hear them, obviously.
Play your own shot.
And drew the shot on the backhand brilliantly. So yeah.
Oh, it's great. So holding one on the crossover, that red stickered bowl. That's what you can see from this end. Be pleased that it's sort of tucked in behind. Yeah, it's not a clear path to remove the shot bowl for Tony Fabling.
Very hard to get at, yep. Okay, now there is a track of sorts on the back end here to get to the bowl, but no, it looks like he's playing the forehand. Oh no, he is on the back end. Yeah, that's the track that I was thinking there is a chance. He's a bit tight here though, I think. He could come underneath the two short bowls on the right hand side of the screen there and get to the shot bowl, but he just underdid it a little bit. To be really keen to try and get another one here, because it is a bit lonely, and Tony Fabling's had one attempt at it now. He'll learnt a lot from his first bowl, and this one's not going to change things either. It's high, wide and handsome, so opportunity for Tony to come underneath those two bowls to the left of the screen there, get to the shot bowl, sit there and stay, and I could make 3 or 4 shots for him, but he doesn't like that, and no wonder. It's didn't get that one away at all well.
The moment he let it go, he knew. And it's one more to Alistair and his team. And we're on the 10th end, so we've just ticked over halfway, and the score could almost not be any tighter than that. 9 shots to 8.
Once again, we've gone dot to dot here with the length coming in this very, very tricky direction.
So now we've got 3 more opportunities playing in this direction, 3 more ends playing in this direction. I would be interested to see what would happen if a short end was delivered. I think it was probably... I think both teams would find that easier if it was a shorter end.
Absolutely.
Kevin. Making sure he's not short with his first bowl. It's not a bad place to finish.
I think that when you are struggling, when bowls are finishing short on the head, that's definitely the way to go. Right, I'm going to draw this bowl 1 metre past the jack with my first one to really make sure I get it up there so I get the feel of what that's like, and then I can make the adjustment with my second bowl. So I think when you're struggling into a bit of a headwind like this, get up with your first one, make the adjustment with your second. Kevin's done pretty well here. He's done exactly what I said actually. He was well up with his first bowl, but now he's drawn a real good one with his second.
Yeah, nice start for the blue stickered team. And they'll be hoping they're able to build a number here. And I think we're going to see something to be said about that. That's a beautiful shot. What a bowl that is.
Great bowl from Musso there. Excellent. So he definitely made sure he was going to be arriving up to the jack with that bowl and got the optimum result, a toucher.
I have just noticed also that it appears as though, the Burnside Club, the games that are going on here, if you have a look on Bowl Sub Aotearoa and click along to live, some of the games we're having live scores inputted in by volunteers into Bowl Sub Aotearoa, and that will be the case, of course, tomorrow for the finals day. There'll be regular live score updates on Bowl Sub, but if your team that you're following is at the Burnside Bowling Club, you know they've been drawn here, have a nosy at the results and click on the live tab. You may find that you can get some live updates. Great to have.
Just going past. The good news is that the guys have finally relented and decided that they're not going to continue to drop short. They're now realising that they've got to give their bowl much more of a start and give it a bit more of a push to get it up there coming in this direction.
Well, it was a lovely effort from Paul Matheson there. Very well played bowl, just found the 3 gaps that it went through.
So Richie needs to get another bowl handy here. At the moment they've got the shot, but you'll see those 2 blue disc bowls are in good position. Good second shot, and another one that is also it's the 3rd shot just behind the jack in good posse. So Paul Matheson can play a similar speed to his last one. He's cut the green though, yeah. Cut the green.
Missing both actually. If you look at the bowl, it's not going to make it, so maybe just let it go with a bit of a bounce there. You can see him looking at the ground thinking, particularly after his first bowl, he would have felt like it should have been an easy correction to make. You just play the same bowl again. more likely than not to get a result. And it is the red stickered bowl holding the shot on the crossover here in a very tight game. The round of whatever we're up to, second round post section in the men's fours. 56 qualifiers in the men's fours, so that must mean it's a round of 32.
Not a bad effort there, and he's finished in a good home, because that's where the jack's going if someone playing on the forehand happens to pick the jack up. So he's finished in a good home, and he's also eliminated one of the 2 second shots that Tony Fabling's side had. They did have first and second and third. Now they've got second and fourth. So
it's a nice weight for Tony. His ideal result is to get almost no jack movement, isn't it? You want just to go through the shot bowl as square as you can so that your collision bowl stays there and you sit for 2.
And Alistair will be looking to play a similar shot to the second shot bowl. He won't be wanting to get his own shot, of course, but he'll be looking to try and sit on the, and he's not wide enough to achieve it. He would have been looking to try and sit on that second shot there at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock to the left of our screen. Would have given him a second shot, but let's see if Tony can play this. He'd be looking to land the shot bowl, as Alex said earlier on. Just try and sit it through as clean as he can. And he's close. He's close.
Where's the jack going?
Oh, the bowl's gone with it. Oh, the jack spat out. Who's got the bowls out there?
That's what was stressy about that. The potential of a jack being sprung back, and it's
1-2 taken out already.
Oh, that's a calamity.
So that was the danger of not getting the bowl full, like you talked about, really landing it in the belly and staying there. He got the back of it, which popped the jack out.
Are they Crocs? That's an interesting bowling shoe.
Yeah.
Sorry to distract from the.
How many was that?
2 it was. 2. So 2 to the red stickered team, Alistair Watson and co. And it's an 11-8 lead they take now on the 11th end of 18, and a small amount of breathing space beginning to open up. And a dogged performance from the Central Otago quartet. Viewers are wondering what the 2 chalk marks are to the left and the right of the tee at the bottom of your screen. They are there to be a physical reminder for the players that that's where we would prefer they not stand. We find it helpful. Sometimes it feels as though we've said that and it's gone in one ear and out the other, but that's what it's for. It's nothing to do with the way we usually set up our ranks in New Zealand. There's no law for it or for it not to be. It's just 2 chalk marks that we put on the green as a space to not stand for the cameras. And that was a beautiful bowl from Wazza there, correcting to finish just behind the 2 metre mark. Kevin Greenwood with his correction. If he's got the weight, he's close, but I think he's just going to pull up short there. Oh, a little feather.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. a little bit of luck going the way of the Central Otago team, the Clyde team.
Harry might have done something, but like halfway in between staying out, he brought it down yesterday. It was up a little bit. I think he turned it up just a bit more, and then the jacket is just in the gear room.
Adrian won't be happy with that one. So
Just feel like the Central Otago team's had a little sniff, eh? They've had a bit of momentum beginning to build on this end. The momentum's still there. You feel like if they score here, that's 2 ends worth of work they've opened up between them and Tony Fabling's team.
what I like about them too is they're just getting on with the job. There's no histrionics. There's no dramas. There's no bad body language. There's, they're obviously a bunch of mates that are having a ball, and that's exactly the way they're playing, and it's great to see.
The same bowl again, and it's now work to do for Paul Matheson and Tony Fabling, or they're going to find themselves dropping some more shots on this end. The challenge again, Dave, is that your backhand is essentially not an option for either team now, because we've got 6 bowls that are short and in the way. That's now just killed the draw on the backhand, so we're only going to see shots on the forehand. Well, obviously the backhand's still on for Zumi because he's a lefty, but that side of the rink, the right side of the rink, is blocked up entirely.
He's close here. He's close here. This is a great bowl from Paul Matheson.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl.
The ball.
Yep, it was.
Again, that, so you just need to move it on the jack and hit the ball.
Movement on the jack or sit the bowl. So we should be playing with a metre or so of weight, looking to land that shot bowl, or if he gets underneath and gets to the jack.
Oh, he's close here.
He's under a very good line. Is it going to get down to the bowl?
He's got it square batters.
What a great shot.
Wow. Beautiful bowl. Executed the shot. That's literally perfect. You couldn't have played it any better.
Absolutely, 100% perfect. Good call from Alistair Watson, and obviously Richie Mewing knew exactly what he meant and played it to perfection. Great shot.
The little chink in the armour now. It's the pressure does funny things.
I just happened to notice Zumi there, Paul Matheson with that last bowl, and this is another common fault with a lot of players. He knew it was the last bowl before the changeover, and he was up and walking before he'd even finished delivering the bowl. He came up out of that bowl real early and was on the walk. He hadn't stayed down, completed the delivery perfectly like he normally does. He was up and walking far too soon, and that's another common fault of bowlers, just especially when they've decided they're going to follow their bowl up.
So it must be holding a 3 for the Central Otago team. Not going to be a 4. This bowl's this is flying. If he's fortuitous, maybe he's done that on purpose, right to the back. I don't think so, because there's no bowls at the back for Fabling, is there? So it's just 2 bowls to draw as close as you can.
Tony's having a nibble at this.
Right.
And what sort of result is he going to get off the front here? Nothing. No, okay. So nothing in the lucky bag for him on that occasion. He's obviously decided to play with weight, looking to disturb them, try and reduce the count, maybe get the jack, kill it, possibly. A few options for him up there.
I suppose there is a chance if you hit the jack, it could go in this direction to the 1 bowl that they have, or it's almost more likely to get bogged on these 2 bowls. I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see. I suppose the weight that Tony's played with is quite controlled, so his collision bowl would come into it.
Could hang around, but he's going a lot quicker this time, though. A lot quicker. And he's in the area too. He's going to be close here. Get off of that bowl onto the jack, and exactly what you said.
What did I say? Anyone? Oh dear, so 2 down, but a nice bowl there from Tony, and it's going to be 13 shots now to 8. We're on the 12th end, and a gap has opened up between the Central Otago team and the favoured team of Tony Fabling, Zumi, Adrian Robbins and Kevin Greenwood playing well. And this was the bowl that was almost enough for...
This is the great shot. This is the shot of the end, this one. What
Beautiful.
a perfectly played bowl.
Largely stayed there. Tony on the drive, got the jack, and it just locked into those 2 bowls that were sitting there in the catching position.
Exactly as you called it.
It's quite nice. It's quite nice every now and then to
be right.
To be right. Once a game. Oh, let's not exaggerate. Once a day.
So one interesting thing to note here, 11 ends gone, and the Central Otago boys have scored on 8 of those 11 ends. So 2 threes and a 2 they've dropped. That's the 8 ends that the Fabling team have got, but just shows that they have dominated the heads. Some of the heads have been scattered, but they've still dominated the heads, and consequently have won 8 out of the 11 ends, as we see a good opening bowl from Kevin Greenwood. Good steady lead, Kevin. He's another one of those guys who doesn't mind leading, loves leading, and he sticks to it, and he's a pretty steady, reliable lead.
Something we spoke about yesterday or the day before, how you can carve a really successful career out in bowls. Often we feel when we play this game that it should be the natural progression that you start at lead and you work your way up the gradings through to skip, but there's only ever going to be a certain amount of people who are perfect for each position. Would you rather have a career where you get to play with and in good teams and contribute towards winning centre and national titles off the front, or be a mediocre skip at a club or centre level? And the answer is that if it's something that you enjoy doing, you will absolutely get sought out by the top skips in your district and in the country, and you'll have these opportunities to feature for a long time at the top of the game.
Yeah, as I said when we discussed that, the skips used to squabble over the good leads. They headhunted them in the off-season to come and play for me. And because a really good skip was so popular and so sought after by the skips in the clubs and centres, we see Adrian, before he delivered that bowl, just taking a bit more time on the mat because there was a real decent gust of wind come across there. So we are seeing the bowls being affected by the wind. The players are aware of it and trying to wait for that opportune time when the wind drops a bit.
Half a chance.
A good adjustment here. They're going to land the shot bowl, which is fine. Stick around. 2 very good shots there now to Tony Fabling's team. Oh, he's asking once again for Musso to arrive down there underneath their own bowl, but he's a bit too wide. But that's the sort of speed that Alistair was wanting. Yeah, good call. He thinks that they've got 3, in fact, Tony. So stick one down the back in case the jack gets shifted. And has he done it? Maybe not as far back as Tony would have wanted, but he still wants it. Yeah, so a little bit less weight than you had last time. So a metre over the draw, looking to make contact with the shot bowl. Not going to hold long enough, I don't think, but he might promote one of these short bowls up front there, and he has. So now he's cut it back to just 2. Definitely only the 2 down now, so...
A safer 2, and you look at all that, there's blue stickers everywhere. Not going to be an easy head to score on, so I think it's mitigating the damage here for the Central Otago team, even if they do drop a 2. Yeah, 3 up after 12. It's not horrific. It just looks a bit dangerous. Tony is quite capable of playing a bowl, 3 or 4 rolls on the shot bowl at 12 o'clock to sit with more than 2 shots. So I think Central Otago, I wouldn't even be looking to score the shot here. You're just about...
I think Alistair's just called it pretty well there. I think he's talking about just drawing on the backhand there, looking to beat those 3 bowls that are sitting side by side. If he just came in off of that shelf, he could actually end up with the shot on the draw, just down there on the draw, on the backhand. He's got his own short bowl in the running there as well to use if he happened to belly that and punch it up into the head. I think that's the option. He's not going to do that at all. He's playing the forehand, but I think this is a dangerous option in my opinion here.
I'm frightened.
And he's got rid of one of the shot bowls, but he took his own 3rd shot out as well. So yeah, so what Zumi's asking there, what Paul Matheson is asking Tony Fabling to do, is to turn the shot bowl onto the jack and pop the jack back a good couple of feet, and he'll make 4 or 5 shots of it. So that was the danger with Alistair's shot, that he's taken his bowls off the head and he's left himself exposed to dropping a number now. Tony Fabling just wanting to have a real good look at this, because this is a crucial opportunity that he's been given here, and I just think that the Clyde boys have misread this head, and I would have much rather seen them, Alistair just drawing with his first bowl.
So looking for anything in that target area.
If he turns the shot bowl onto the jack and pops it back to where your circle was, then yes, he's going to have 4 or 5 shots. So Alistair's only bowl on the head, I think, is that short one on at 1 o'clock. I think that's his only bowl on the head. So Tony looking to make contact with the shot bowl, turn it onto the jack. Oh, he's going to drop away.
That's the only bowl the Central Otago team have on the head. He's moved it further away.
Oh, he's knocked it in for 2nd shot now, though. I think they might have been holding 2 before he played that bowl. Now I think he might only have the 1 shot. But once again, it is a lonely bowl for the Alistair Watson team. Alistair really needs to get another bowl on the head here. I certainly hope he's not looking to play some sort of shot.
You don't need to be... yeah. I think it's a brave call to look to try and score a shot when you don't have 2nd, 3rd or 4th shot, and you've got 2 bowls on the head and the opposition have about 20. I think absolutely we'll be seeing just an endeavour to draw a 2nd or a 3rd or even a 4th shot here from Alistair.
That's what we thought last time too. But
I was pretty confident last time, to be fair, that we'd see just a draw, because he pointed at it, but we'll wait and see. He's lining up like he's going to hit this, Dave.
He's winding up again. This is such a dangerous shot.
Onto screen.
Oh, he's left his own bowl there, but he doesn't die wondering, does he? Does Alistair? Yes, I would have. He's got 1 bowl there now. There's a couple of options still for Tony Fabling. He can do what he was trying to do with his first bowl. Turn the shot bowl onto the jack and pop it back at 2 or 3 feet, and that'll bring those other 2 blue disc bowls that we see there, that'll bring them into the count. So he's still got a chance to make a number here. The other option is to actually sit the red disc second shot bowl through and stay there and make a number that way. So he has got some options here. Looks to me like he's hunting the second shot. And he's a bit wide. I think he's going to... Oh, here he comes now. Here he comes now.
Oh, set the
He's
other
unlucky.
way. It's probably good weight by the just the way it all sat. And it's going to be
Just the one.
just the one.
In my opinion, I think the
Oh.
Clyde boys got out of jail there. They were lucky that they did only drop a one. The way I personally feel they misread the way they played that end. But all, full credit to them. They're out there playing the game.
I mean, it's brave, isn't it?
Very brave.
So it's a fine. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting. It's been a fascinating game to watch. We sit at the top of the show that words, Alex. They were not a favourite. Or not favourites. Not fair. They were an unknown team, weren't they? The Central Otago.
Well, definitely the underdogs, weren't they?
Look, there's a dog. Oh. That's great. Anyway, they were the underdogs. They've defeated Finbar McGuigan. Now second round of the post section of the National Fours. They're playing 3/4 of a team in Tony, Paul, Adrian and Kevin. 3/4 of the team that won this event in Central Otago 3 or 4 years ago. They'll know who they were playing, and they've put up an absolutely excellent performance so far, and are leading due to that 13 shots to 9 on the 13th end.
Is he going to land the shot bowl here, or are we just on the outside of it? So
Well, got one on go here.
was a Galetti's got the shot for the Central Otago boys. As a result of that, he was asked to change his hand so that he didn't give the shot away by promoting the opposition's bowl into the head. And not a bad effort when you've been asked to change your hand. This will be the first time he's played a bowl down there.
Well played.
Close to achieving what he was asked to do here. Grab the jack or sit the shot bowl, and he's grabbed the jack beautifully. Nice bowl from Adrian Robbins.
Is that not the most adorable dog you've seen all day?
He's a cute looking thing, isn't it?
And well behaved at the bowls too.
Good reply here. Good reply here. He sent the shot bowl through and stayed there. Awesome bowl from Musso.
Some special bowls.
Can you play down onto that ball?
There's been some good bowls
Yeah.
played over the last few ends for sure. I still remember the two cracking bowls from Alistair Watson on end 8. His team was severely in trouble, and he
well
bailed
played,
them
mate.
out of trouble with two enormous draw shots as
Oh,
well.
he's close.
Get a bit of luck. Well done.
Oh, good shot. I wouldn't even call that lucky. That was just well played. The
Very good
smallest
shot.
of feathers.
Play the hand.
So it's Alistair's side still holding the shot.
Would be a key moment for me. Going back to what you were just saying, Dave, the two that were scored, and they're both Alistair's bowls, and his team was at least 5 shots down on the crossover. That's your key point, because he hadn't really shown signs, apart from the first end where he was excellent, hadn't shown a lot of signs of having that touch, but crossed over and when required was able to go bang bang. It's a 7-shot swing. You crossed over 5 down, you scored 2, a 7-shot swing, and we'd be looking at a totally different game now if he had been unable to action those 2 bowls.
Absolutely, and go back to what I said at the time, it's not how many you skip necessarily plays for you, but when he plays them, when he plays his good big bombs. And that was perfect timing from Alistair to play those 2 shots. Richie Muir on a pretty good line here, just dropping now. Yeah, very good bowl here. Excellent bowl. Well played.
You get them both. Go them.
Oh, we're going to see.
Tony Fabling, no mucking around. Paul Matheson. Whack them, he said. Get rid of them.
He's got a lovely drive on him too. Up the green. Oh.
Unusual occurrence there, like to get the bowl right on the belly. Normally you get the splash effect. You get just the off centre of the bowl and you'll clean them all out though. But he got it right in the belly and followed through and didn't affect the 2 shot bowls that are sitting there still. As Richie Muir showing a bit of interest in his second bowl as he follows it up the green as the crossover, and just pulled up a tad short.
Well, the positive for that
Yeah,
is he's probably in the line of a direct drive to remove the 2 shot bowls. He would force Tony to play with weight to let his bowl swing back down. So although it's a poor bowl, it may have changed the shot that Tony was going to play. We'll see in a second. Look at this delivery.
pretty good delivery he's got too. Nice, good rhythm to his delivery. Excellent timing of the release. Just going to pull up short and run to those short bowls. So he's just trying to draw it here. He's decided to not have a crack at those 2 bowls. He's going to what he knows, or what he knows is his strength, which is the draw shot. He may be tempted to change with his second one, depending on what Alistair does here.
Oh, what's that done?
That's okay. I think he just one in, one out, so he's still holding the 2 shots.
Before he did that, I was going to ask what would happen if the plant at the front of the head was played, but the 2 shot bowls have been turned around now, so it's just a draw shot for Tony Fabling here, and he's given himself plenty of room to breathe.
He's given it a real good chance here. This is on a very, very good line. This is close. Have a look at this.
Perfect.
What a great shot from Tony Fabling.
That's outstanding. It's the moments we've been talking about. That's what the top skips can do. Pick your moment. That's a key point in this game. And now we have a head where Tony's got a good shot. It's reasonably safe. We'll just have a look at the head and see if we can find... Yeah, so you see there. I wonder if there's a gate that you could play through Central Otago on the forehand, but what's the position like? What do you see, Dave?
Well, first and foremost, I think Alistair needs to have a look at the scoreboard. And he needs to realise that he's only 1 down. Sure, it's going to bring the opposition to within 3 of you, but I don't think he should be taking any massive risks here that could end up with him dropping more than 1. Let's see what he's up to here. He is playing with a bit of speed, I think, so he is looking to try and change things up here. You know, he's too wide, but
there wasn't a lot on, to be fair. When you look at the head, it was such a good bowl of Tony Fabling, who has scored the shot for his team, as he was able to tuck the jack in behind the head. So other than a dead draw, it was hard to see really if there was even a shot on for the Central Otago team to score.
Yep. So, but once again, that was a bomb of a bowl from the skip, Tony Fabling there. We talked about the 2 that Alistair played earlier on. Well, that one was equal to it, because if he hadn't changed the head there, it was 2, and possibly, you know, Alistair Watson had another bowl left to possibly draw a 3rd shot, and that could have just about been game, set and match. If they'd gone sort of 15 or 16-9 up with just the 5 ends to go, it could have been, but that was a real bomb from Tony Fabling to get the shot there. Keep his side very, very much in this game.
It's a game that's all about timing, isn't it? This one that we play.
Was on a pretty good track here, just going to run out of gas. Once again, that headwind, tailwind scenario coming into play. We're in headwind at the moment, and both the leads have forgotten that and have dropped short.
Dog going, why have I been woken up?
And Kevin will not be happy with that bowl.
Still haven't really seen a short end coming in this direction. And they only get two more chances coming back this way, don't they?
Has he given it the extra push? Looks like he has. It's not going to be too bad. Going to run through a little bit. Oh, ran through a lot further than I thought, in fact.
A loose end building.
Once again, coming in this direction.
Yeah, it's been the struggle really, and you can see there's already 2 games finished to the right of the screen as you see it. So, oh, that's a good feather, and look at run on. I'd love to know the physics of that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you get a feather off a bowl, your collision bowl tends just to pick up a foot or two of running. Must be to do with the wobble on the surface or something. I don't know.
It definitely does, though. You're so right there. It's,
oh, look at this bowl. Clean as a whistle.
What a great bowl that is.
That's an outstanding shot.
So Paulin pulls one out of the hat right at the beautiful time for his team.
He's close here. Oh my God, the bowl sat down.
And had it not sat down, I think he would have landed it too.
If that's not the hand of God, I don't know what is.
Okay, so Paul Matheson is just looking to play with a little bit of weight to try and pop the jack away from the shot bowl to give them a little bit more room to operate on. And he's not too far away. Is he going to be able to punch? No, he's not. I thought he might have been able to punch the short bowl of Adrian Robbins onto the shot bowl, which would have created a little bit of jack movement, but he wasn't able to. Richie Muir now tracking pretty nicely here. Just going to go past the jack. Quite a bit further past the jack than I initially thought. So this is already developing into a pretty tricky sort of a head for the Fabling team to get out of jail here. How do they get at that shot bowl? To try and at least get some separation between the jack and the shot bowl and the jack, so that maybe they can then attempt to draw the shot. Their own short bowl is a bit of a nuisance for them. So we see Richie Muir playing a pretty good bowl here. Just going to sit jack level. It could very well be another shot. It's just past the jack. It can't be used as a shoulder by the opposition, so it's finished in a very, very good spot for his team. Not sure whether it's, yeah, I think it probably is counting there. Might be 2 shots to the Clyde team.
We've got movement in the corner with the dog. How do you switch away from that, Harry?
Sounds like you're a bit of a dog lover, Alex.
It's always one of the things that's cool to see at bowling clubs is a lot of bowling clubs are open to, your dogs are quite well trained and they come along and watch. Club cats as well are quite popular.
Club
in the
cats,
bowls world.
now that is, you're dead right. The number of clubs that have got cats that hover about, and they love the greens. I know the Stoke Bowling Club in Nelson, they've got a ginger cat that is very well looked after by the members of the bowling club. Not a lot of money is spent on pet food by the owners of that cat, I'm telling you, because the members of the club, and it wanders along and it gets smooched left, right and centre by all the members. So yes, you're right, it's a very common thing around the bowling clubs in New Zealand, the club cat.
Call them mouses. It's helpful to have. There you go. Thank you, team.
He looks a bit bored though, doesn't he? He looks a bit bored.
Yeah. We'll call it relaxed.
Okay, so Alistair and the team had a discussion about what his next move is here. He's definitely pushed this bowl out wide. Looking to come right round everything and finish in a pretty good posie here. Just trying to cover those bowls down the back there, possibly a little bit short of where he really wanted to be. Now, it's the turn of Tony Fabling to try and play another bomb for his team. Possibly 2 down again here. I think the ideal for him is to land the shot bowl, perhaps promote the shot bowl onto the jack, pop the jack back. See what he can do. On his weight here, he's going to just turn a little bit too soon. That's another bowl back in that area that I think that might be where Alistair's looking to try and cover.
You'd have to, eh? Yeah.
Not sure. He's walking backwards up the green, discussing things still with members of his team, but looks to me like there is a pocket of danger right back on the corner of the rink back there, but it looks like he's decided to play the backhand. He might have. And oh, of course, that's right. He had the last bowl of the end. Of course,
that makes a lot more. That actually makes a lot more sense. I was equally as confused as you, Dave.
Yeah, 2 shots.
Opting not to play the bowl. And it's 2, so the score now 15 shots to 10. We're on the 15th end. Getting to be crunch time. Tony Fabling played a bomb to keep the team in it, and they're going to have to draw on all the experience in the final closing stages of this match to roll over the top of the Central Otago team if they're able to do so. Otherwise it will be Alistair Watson with his other 3 rolling through to the final 16 of the Summerset New Zealand Open men's 4s. Play good bowls.
Sure we haven't played 18?
No, I just said, I think it was Alistair said, sure we haven't played 18 ends? And unfortunately the answer for Alistair is no. No, there's still a few to go. Stretch the end right out again. from Greenwood drawing the shot. You wouldn't expect it to be the shot when all the bowls have been played.
Can get around his own, and he's going to finish in a pretty good home. May not be the shot, but it's finished in a very good home. In fact, I think it is definitely the shot.
Hoping for a bit of fortune.
Needed the jack there. Desperately needed the jack, but unfortunately not to be. Pretty good, excuse me, pretty good track here. Once again, yeah, excellent bowl again. Beautiful stuff. So I think on the balance of the game, you'd probably say that the front two of the Clyde team have slightly had the edge over the front two from Tony Fabling's side, as we see it just slide past the jack. Adrian Roberts, in fact, it did just feather the jack. Tony Fabling chalking the bowl. So Alistair now asking for a position bowl over the head and on the high side of the centre line. A little bit of danger out there. A couple of bowls from the Tony Fabling side is finished out there. And instead of that, he's drawn another shot. I mean, he's on the high side of the centre line, but he's drawn another shot. Holding three here, you might see a little bit of aggression from Adrian Robbins here. He's on the tight line, definitely, whether he's got a bit of speed.
That's the thing too, isn't it?
He's close here. He's close to the jack here. Oh, he's got one of the shot. He landed on the second shot, so it'd still be one at least to the Clyde team.
So we talk about the ability to change a game plan. And with Tony's team, he's got Paul at 3, and we mentioned Paul's got a pretty explosive drive. We've seen it used once in this game, once in the last 14 ends. As we get nearer the end of this game, if they're still down, would be totally unsurprising to see them turn that game plan on. You know, if you start seeing Paul utilised in that 3 position to just blow the heads open, you're looking for kills or good results as we get to the last 3 or 4 ends.
He's looking for jack movement here, and unfortunately he just missed it there. But you can see to the right of our screen, there's a couple of those there. Alistair's pointed out they are the danger bowls for his team. It's almost a scenario here where at international level, and sometimes at national level too, you'd see a skip Telly's 3 drive those bowls off.
If they're gone, they can't count.
Actually get rid of them so that you eliminate the danger that way. And this is another way of trying to do it, is to try and draw one in amongst the danger bowls out there. But quite often the easier option is just to whack those 2 bowls off the head, get them off the green, and then they're no longer a threat at all. He's going to promote his own bowl here. This might work for the team. Is it going to stop in time? Yeah, it could be. It's a measure for shot now. But it gives them another bowl on the head too. Alistair just getting the fingers to work in action here to see if he can see who's got the shot.
I would favour the red stickered bowl on the left for the shot.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what Alistair does here, because there is some danger. One of the temptations is to try and land that, what we think is the second shot bowl, the blue disc bowl. that is the one of the options that he's got. But the danger of that is if he actually is a little bit tight and feathers the jack, if he doesn't swallow the jack, if he feathers it and it goes out the back there, he could be 3 or 4 down. So interesting to see. One of the options could be to go real quick, so that if he does get the jack, it's going a long way.
Risk and reward, isn't it?
Yes. It looks like he's decided he's just going to cover. He's going to go round the back to those 2 bowls that he considers to be a bit of a danger to his team out the back here. Let's see how successful he's been. He's into the ditch, so
I think we're going to see Tony play this with confidence. We've got lots of good opportunities here. On the back, probably on the backhand, isn't it? Is it more open? You know, wouldn't have to play quite as much weight to sweep
definitely
in.
the backhand. Look to land the shot bowl, but the real big gold prize, first prize for him would be to get the jack and get it right back through to those bowls that he's got at the back of the rink. So a crucial couple of bowls here coming up for Tony Fabling's team. He looks to be on the high side here. Depends on how much speed he's got. Yeah, he is. He's threw it out a bit too wide.
Well, it feels important to get this cover bowl in for
And Alistair's on its way already.
Alistair.
He's played this a lot better here. Lands on that brown bowl.
Oh,
He's through the hole. But he stayed on the green. That has ended up in a beautiful spot for his team.
Well, that's perfect. So I think it's the bowl now clean, isn't it? You can't really.
Yep.
You'd prefer not to have jack movement.
Yeah, he needs to try and land the bowl and perhaps try and sit around himself and stay there for 2. I guess if he does get jack movement, there's still a bit of a lottery out the back there as to who would get the shot, and he's close to the jack here. He's close to the shot bowl as well. He's got the shot bowl.
That's
Great bowl.
incredible, isn't it?
Great bowl.
And the weight to hang around for 2 shots, absolutely perfect. And when required, the score now 12-15. And what an exhibition of grit we're seeing from Tony Fabling and his team, drawing on all their experience to stay in this game. And it's still anyone's on the 16th end.
Tremendous bowl. And so we've seen both skips pull big bowls out of their bags and deliver for their teams. Tony Fabling, back-to-back ends, he's done it now for his team. Or, sorry, 2 ends ago he did it for his team, and again then. And then, of course, those 2 memorable bowls of Alistair's on end 8 when he was 5 down and drew 2 shots with his 2 bowls. So the skips have definitely played some real bombs for their teams when they've been required.
Those special moments, isn't it? That's the difference. When you have won an event, or you talk to people who've won national titles and ask them to look back on their days and their games, there are those moments where someone is able to step up and make the difference, and both skips have done that in this game. It's great stuff. And just to answer a quick question we've received about, we zoomed in on some Crocs earlier in use as bowls shoes. In other countries, in Australia for example, they still have a list of approved footwear manufacturers. We do not have that in New Zealand in the most recent domestic regulations. Instead, it outlines what a bowling shoe must be. So characteristics of a bowling shoe, things like a soft sole. We don't want heels and wrinkles on a bowling shoe. I'm not sure if they need to be covered. There's about 7 things that a bowling shoe must be, and an umpire can make that decision if it's questioned. So you don't have to have an approved bowling shoe per se, and those Crocs must tick off enough of the characteristics on a list for a bowling shoe, and that they have that flat sole, so they're not going to damage the green, and they're covered. So no approved list of bowling shoes in New Zealand. It is interesting to see Crocs out there.
Yep, I must admit I shook my head when I saw that.
It's an interesting fashion.
It is.
Interesting fashion.
It's Richie Muir, I think, is the culprit. I think it might be him that's wearing them. So once again, two pretty handy lead bowls from Wazza Galatly. Not absolute shots as such, but handy bowls. Can Muzzo's drawn the shot here. What a great bowl that is. Very, very good bowl. Adrian Robbins, he's on a pretty good track here. He's close to the shot here. Just passing through, but good head building up here, coming in this direction. This is one of the best heads we've seen in this direction, and it's no surprise that when you look at those flags, the wind at the moment has dropped right away. So I suspect that's why coming in this direction we're finally seeing a good head, as that wind has just completely dropped away.
That bowl is entirely your fault, Dave.
Yep. I'll take blame for that.
Apologise after the game.
I'll take the blame for that, but yeah, it's just quite noticeable how that wind has completely dropped away, and immediately we get a much better looking head coming in this direction.
Little feather off that bowl. Oh, that was well played. It wouldn't have been lucky to have gotten that result because he was right in the area.
So a little bit of, not desperation, but a little bit of a searching bowl there from Paul Matheson that shows that his team are a little bit concerned now. They're 2 or 3 down on this head. We're running out of ends. We can't let them score here. We need to be changing something up. He was trying to run the jack in the ditch or get rid of some of those shot bowls. So it's, as I say, it's not desperation measures, but it's definitely a little bit of panic.
It's just that slight change in the way they're playing the heads, isn't it? This is close here from Paul Matheson.
This time he's just gone back to the draw shot. Oh, it is over the draw. Wait, sorry, I apologise. He is still searching for the jack. He was there. Jack movement out to the right. You can see those 2 blue disc bowls out to the right there would definitely, if they got a big piece of the jack, those bowls would come into play. And that's why Alistair's trying to get his team to sit one right where you've got that circle.
It's that space, isn't it? Because if...
well,
that's a brilliant bowl.
That has done it in another way. The jack can't move out towards those 2 bowls now because that bowl's in the way. So they've achieved the desired result in a different way.
It's almost a dead draw here from Tony Fabling. The jack can no longer go in the direction of your bowls.
It's either that or a lot of weight to look for the kill or the jack right through into the ditch, because you can see right at the back there you've got Paul Matheson's bowl right on the edge of the ditch. So if he did manage to get the jack all the way through to the ditch, he would have a couple of shots. Let's see what his intent is here with the first attempt. How much speed has he got? He's a niggly weight here. He's just looking to try and...
He's close.
Change things up here.
He's close. Through the shot bowl square. Oh, that is outstanding. What a bowl from Tony Fabling. He's turned it on. The last 4 ends, this man has just played some exceptional shots.
Outstanding bowl again from Tony Fabling, and you're dead right. He's really come to the party. 3 of the last 4 ends, he's played bomb after bomb for his team.
I don't think he knows when he's lost a game, Tony. Knowing Tony. It's never over till it's over, and he's got that ability just to pick his moments. And Alistair Watson here with a chance too. Oh, look at this, folks.
Just a bit wide.
Well, I think Tony knew he was holding the shot then. Just getting it reinforced for everyone involved.
It's on a very good line here again to draw another one here. He's very close, just going to run out of gas. Good handy position though, because that now eliminates the shot that Alistair was trying to play. Down on the forehand, looking to... they're calling Alistair down now to have a look at this.
It's either I'm not sure if you can get any weight around the short bowls. I think he probably has to be through it for good movement. Still the option to draw on the forehand, of course, which is to the left of the thumbnails you can see in the top right of your screen. But if you're playing weight, it would be on the back end through the centre bowl. See if you can get some good movement. I don't think there's a draw
I just
on
like
the back end.
I like drawing on the forehand here, just over the draw. If he gets a touch of the jack, he's got those two red disc bowls immediately behind the jack that the jack would go to. I think that's still the option, but it looks like he's lining up to go down the backhand side.
I can understand weight on the back end or a dead draw on the forehand, but I can't understand I'll be surprised if it's a draw on the back end. I don't think there's a shot on.
I can't see where he can... Yeah, no, he's going to... I think that was a... Once again, I'll disagree with the shot selection there from Alistair, but once again, a tremendous bowl from Tony Fabling has kept his side in the game yet again.
And 13-15 the score.
2 ends to go.
Been an exceptional game of bowls to watch, as we expect when we think about the fact that we're down to the last 32 of the men's fours here. These teams have both had to win 4 or more games out of 6 to qualify. It was Kevin on the backhand. Nice bowl. Of course, had a extremely pleasing entry this year in the men's fours of 148 teams. I had to go back to 2006 to find a nationals where we had more than 148 men's teams enter, and when you put that in the context of the number of full-time playing bowlers and the number of full clubs we have, because the landscape of bowls has changed, to get 148 full men's fours teams in a world where we probably have 200 less bowling clubs and thousands of less bowlers playing it in this way, because of course the twilight bowls has taken off, I think is quite a remarkable achievement. I'm very pleased to see that come through for our Summerset Nationals this year.
Outstanding. It's really awesome to see. And a bit of a loose start to this end from both teams. Kevin, well, his first bowl was pretty handy and then dropped miles short with his second. Now, this is the end where they did have a tailwind when we had the wind, but now that wind has fallen right away. Maybe the guys have just been caught out a little bit playing what they think is the correct speed.
Quicker.
But no tailwind behind them now, so mind you, Adrian Robbins has fixed things here. This is a very good bowl.
Yeah, well played, Adrian. You can't really tell from his delivery that he spent a lot of time. He's won 4 national titles in England. Often the Northern Hemisphere bowlers are a lot more, their body moves almost more than their arms, don't they, Dave?
He definitely has made a big adjustment, or a good adjustment. Mind you, he's been out here for a number of years now, so he's had plenty of time to get the technique right for our quicker greens here. See the attempted flick of the bowl right at the end. I think he was trying to catch up with that one because he knew he'd undergrassed it, but he's got lucky because he's run into his teammate's bowl and promoted that closer to the head. So currently holding 3 shots, Tony Fabling's team. See what Muzzo can do here. He's in the area. He's going to definitely make it a bit better for his team. I think he's only the 2 down now. Definitely got 3rd shot with that bowl, but he possibly made it a bit more difficult to get the shot on the forehand now. May have to switch to the backhand, which he hasn't been playing much.
Oh, look at this. No, it's just going to drift a little bit. Overplayed, really.
Yes, Alistair's asking him to switch his hand now. More of a chance, more chances on the backhand. Oh, that looks underdone for grass, though. Very much so.
Has Tony's team been in front in this game yet, Dave? Just out of curiosity, you've got the scorecard in front of you.
Yes, they have. Way back on the 4th end, they hit the front 5-3. And then they were behind, and then they were behind again, 6-5 after 6 ends, but scored a 3 to go 8-6 up after the 7th end. So they've been in front a couple of times.
Look at this.
What a
Look
great
at this.
bowl here.
Oh,
Awesome
outstanding.
bowl.
That's a beautiful shot.
The man with the unusual footwear.
Oh, it's obviously working for him.
Richie Muir played a bomb there.
Beautiful shot, and Tony and co would have just started to think, oh, we're a chance of scoring a number on this end. We could go all square or 1 up going into the final end, but it's been turned around by that shot from the 3.
And
holding 1. It is a lonely bowl, but you're still holding the shot.
Yeah, and there's only 1 second there for Tony Fabling, so he could the shot he'd be looking to play is exactly the same one as he played on the last end, looking to land the shot bowl full and stay there for 2. Or he might be playing with a bit more weight than I thought. He's just looking to get rid of it. He knows he's got second shot.
He's got a shelf to use. Off that one will do the trick.
Oh dear, dear, dear. Oh dear, dear, dear.
Well,
oh dear. Shaking his head. He's a bit embarrassed by that one, I think. That was, yeah. He'll no doubt apologise to Alistair when Alistair gets down there.
It's part of the game.
It is part of the game. And the laws of the sport say you have to take it. You can't change it. So it is part of the game. But, yep, it's just a matter of how Alistair can now. He's just got to not let that affect him mentally. He's just got to go through his process and settle down here and draw the shot. It's a bit wide.
Oh, it's going to come down to Alistair's last bowl. And as we've just talked about Alistair having to settle down, Tony's actually going to have to settle himself down as well, because there's a huge rush of emotions when you get that sort of result. He needs to just get it right in his head. Really?
Oh, he's... I thought for a moment he was going to get the outside edge of that bowl and roll it in for shot, but I think he might have made 3 of it here. He might have made 3 of it. So if Alistair can't fix this, then we could have a new leader. We could have... He's calling Alistair up to have a look at things here.
That's understandable, because there's a temptation, particularly if you're 3 down and you've played an unconvincing draw bowl with your first one. As a skip, there's a temptation here to think, well, if I attacked it, would we be worse than 3 down when the dust settles? Possibly. That's what the conversation we're hearing now is about.
I think we heard Muzzo say that that shot is counting out there, that bowl. So they are 3 down.
He's going to dive away. He's
tight. Yeah. So we're going to have a new leader going into the last end here. And
well.
Let's have a look. Do they concede 3? 1, 2. Well, they're going to ask for a measure, I think. Oh no, it is 3. So there we go. They haven't led since the 7th end.
And it was this bowl that did the trick. Narrow gets a feather off the short one. Oh, what can you do? What can you do?
What can you...
Nothing else to say. Nothing else to say. And the last effort playing in this direction now from these two teams, both of whom have struggled playing this direction. More in the first 2/3 of the game. Once the wind died down, as we've pointed out, we seem to have seen some better bowls coming in this direction. Some keen spectators watching on. And on this final end,
which of the players is going to be? And looks like Kevin's going to answer my question for me. Which of the players is going to be the one that sticks one real close and puts the pressure on their opposition? And Kevin Greenwood does it with the first bowl of the end. Hello, now we're getting the tummy rub.
The dog's like, yep, this is the place to be.
Not a bad reply here from Wazagalatli. He's over the head, so his bowl could have its uses later on in the end. But it just shows 3 of these 4 guys on Tony Fabling's side won this event a couple of years ago, and it just shows that grit and determination that you talked about from Tony Fabling. The whole team they've just not given up. They've hung in there, and now they lead, playing the last end of the game.
That's it, isn't it? When we talk to people who've won national titles, usually you have to win between 5 and 8 post-section games in a row to win a national title. It's very rare for every win to be cut and dried and simple. You're always going to have some battles. You're always going to have games that you could have lost or should have lost, and something happened. You got a fortunate result, as we saw Tony get cannon a bowl out for a couple, and then you take your chances. I wonder if we'll be seeing that, or whether the Central Otago team, who've played so well this game, can find a way to score on this end. Almost feels like we deserve an extra end, I think, with this game, just for the drama.
So he's in the area here. He's in the area to get to the shot bowl, at least the second shot anyhow.
Well played.
Wee feather there. Yeah, it's a good bowl on the head there. Gives them something to play to now. So Muzzo's given his team a chance. As the game has got more and more tense, we've had the players forget that they're on the camera and they're standing in front of the camera. I think they've just got so engrossed in the game, and that's understandable. Just so engrossed in the game that they keep forgetting that they've got to stay clear of our cameras. But we apologise for that. But as I said, it's probably understandable.
Going to start a give little page for the Bowls New Zealand cattle prod, and we'll see how we get on. If it holds, it's really good. Don't sit down. Oh, that's not ideal, actually. You almost wanted that to stay standing up and give an easier path through to the shot bowl.
Mind you, if he makes contact with the second shot, they're going to pop the shot bowl off the head. So, and they've got some good cover over the head and behind. So, still plenty of opportunity here for the Clyde boys to get the shot here.
That was a really good call there from Tony Fabling, asking Zumi to be in the head himself, and that's what we talk about, playing these proactive bowls. You're better to, even though you're holding, you're better to change the head sometimes than you are to leave it, because realistically it's a temporary shot that Fabelin and co are holding. If everyone plays as well as they have been, you'd expect the shot to be executed, that you're not going to hold on. So you may as well try and play a proactive bowl here and change the head yourself.
So to me, the shot to play here is on the forehand, exactly where the croc shoe is. Land the second shot bowl just with a metre of weight, and that'll pop the shot bowl off the head, and you'll hang around possibly for 1 or 2 maybe even shots. You'll definitely get the shot out of it if you can make contact with the outside edge of your own shot bowl. Even in the belly you'll still get the follow through. So just with that metre of arriving weight on the forehand here. And
he's got to be in the area.
He might be a bit wide because he's got too much speed. That's too quick to play. He's played the shot far too quick.
That's the correction that's required here, isn't it? You also want to be, they'll be cognizant of the fact they want to keep the head tight after he's played the bowl. So you'd like your shot to stay essentially where it is. If you see on your screen this bowl that you'll see in a second, that one is essentially, it needs to pretty much stay where it is, right? You get the outside half of that, it's not going to move anywhere, the shot bowl disappears, and you've got the shot 4 or 5 inches away from the jack. If you hit it with ditch weight, you're asking for bowls to move perhaps a little bit too far.
So just let's see whether he makes the adjustment. He might turn that up and over. That's another. So the head, very good head here.
That may lock it in a little bit. You still get the shot if you rock it. You still get the shot.
Yep.
The shot bowl's nice. He's going to hit it harder.
Maybe Alistair's asking for him to drive it now. Whoops, and he is. No mucking around. And he's missed everything. Missed everything there.
It's down to Alistair Watson now to salvage this for his team.
I guess, look, that was an option to really have a clean out. See what happened if he had just ploughed into the bunch there and scattered the bowls. He could have killed it. Could have, Jack could have gone. It definitely would have created more room for Alistair to have operated with his 2 bowls. But just unfortunately, he didn't muck around. He was on the mat quickly and let it go and just tugged it across his body and missed the target altogether. But that is still an option for Alistair too, to really play with a lot of weight and try and have a real clean out.
I mean, there is merit to that, isn't there?
He'd have to be successful with his first bowl though at doing that. If he doesn't succeed with his first bowl, I still am a fan of the shot that we called earlier on, to land the second shot with just a metre of weight
onto that one.
Yep. And you're going to pop
and this bowl here
will go out. Yep.
Go into there somewhere. Be interesting. I think the outside half, it's very important to get the outside half.
Let's see how much speed he plays with. He's playing with quite a bit of weight again. He's looking to really disrupt things.
If he holds, anything could happen.
Well, he
cannoned it out the other way.
He's got the optimum result there.
He's got a 2.
The optimum result there. They're all wondering how that happened. I'd like to see that in slow motion.
Well, we'll get to see it again. That was unbelievable. He was narrow and cannoned a bowl through. Removed it. He's got 2. He's got a 2.
3. I think he's got 3 shots there, in fact.
Whoa.
So Tony's doing the right thing here. Look at him just quietly taking his time as he comes down the head to have a look. And Zumi's saying to him, Paul Mathers saying, you gotta go, you gotta. But I think Tony's doing the right thing. He's just looking. He's the one that's played the bombs for his team on those crucial bowls that we've seen on the previous end. So he's just taking his time. He's in no hurry. Great to see. Really gonna.
Look at this.
Here's a replay of what happened here. So the shot bowl went ricocheting out of the head.
I still don't really
Clean as a
understand what I've
whistle,
seen,
no.
to be honest.
Amazing. Amazing result. So Tony is definitely looking to run the jack right through to the ditch here. Ditch weight run shot. Looking for contact on the jack. Oh, and he's narrow and it's gone right away across the head. So the Clyde boys have been successful.
Yes, and that's that. What a great game. What an absolutely exceptional game of bowls that was. And it is huge congratulations to Alistair Watson, Richie Muir, Ray and Wazza, who've continued their run of upset wins here at the post section of Summerset National Fours, and they're playing great bowls, aren't they?
They sure did. I mean, look, they have played. They were really steady throughout that game, and as I said, I think in most of the game, the front two players just had an edge over the opposition, and then we saw those two magnificent bowls from Alistair on end 8. We saw some awesome bowls from Tony Fabling when his side was in dire straits. It was a cracking game of bowls, really enjoyable. And look, on the balance of things, I think the right team won.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's it for us for the moment. But we're back with more post-section play from, we think, about 3 o'clock. Thank you for joining us. And in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights from that match.
Dear Diary, my move to Summerset has been quite the page turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time's hard to let, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time's hard to let, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
He's got to do some damage here.
Oh,
Yeah,
outstanding bowl from Gail Melrose.
Oh, does like it. Does like it. Yep, that'll do, yep.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2025 Summerset National Fours. We're following post-section today. We've already seen one game and we're up to the last 16 now. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for this match by Dave Edwards. And Dave, I'll get you to talk us through the teams that we're going to see in this last 16 round. Also, hello.
Hello, Alex. Yes, good to be back again. We've got a team skipped by Tim Hook, Dean Gilshnan at 3. At 2 is Matt Pearson, leads Scott McGavin from the Manawatu area. And we have the local side, the Burnside Club side, consisting of Craig Carter at skip, Mike Small, Barry Williams and Robert Fenson. So the local knowledge might come into play here very much so. This is a a local club Burnside team up against the team from the Manawatu, as I say.
Looking forward to it. We've seen Barry Williams feature before, I think maybe a quarter-final or a last 16 of a national peers. It was broadcast from Burnside at the back green. He might have been playing with Kelvin Scott on that occasion. Maybe even made the semi-final, I think. Helps out a lot here, doesn't he, at the Burnside club, Barry?
He does, yep. Real stalwart of the club, as is Mike Small. Mike has been a member of this club for as long as I can remember, and his name on the score, on the championship board here at the club, I don't know how many times, numerous times. I mean, he's got 15 Canterbury centre titles to his name and one national title. He won a Peers with Kevin, trying to remember his name, Kevin Gore. National Peers title, so he's no stranger to success as Mike Small. Looking at the other players, Craig Carter, the skip of the Burnside, he's got 3 centre titles. Barry Williams has 8, and Robert Fensom has got 1. We see Barry Williams in action, delivering his first bowl of the match. He's got his skipper Craig Carter interested in this one, and with good reason.
Oh, that's a beautiful bowl, isn't it? Barry, is he another one of the bowlers who's been a very good golfer in his time as well? I think I might remember that from the last time I commentated. If it's not true, we'll just call it. I'm sure he's a good golfer. I think when I had his broadcast game on 2 or 3 years ago here at the Burnside Bowling Club, I'm sure we discussed that. They played Aidan Takadua and Richard Hocking in a quarter-final on the end rink at the back green at Burnside Bowling Club, and were comfortable winners on that occasion.
Run it out, Matty. Run it out, both fun boys. Go, Betty.
Not often you see the plain black bowls nowadays, isn't it? It's almost the odd one out on the green.
It's very rare back in the days when we all had black bowls, or occasional dark brown set of bowls, but they were all black. As a skip, you had to learn what the emblems were of your teammates' bowls.
I can remember those huddles right when I first started playing. It was just twilight bowls at the Tauranga RSA, but I can remember you'd have a team huddle, wouldn't you? And you'd all inspect the emblems on the bowls and go, right, what one are you? So you could figure out which is what when the dust was settled.
Run it out, mate.
Good wait.
Barry Williams, that's put the local knowledge to good use on this first end, drawing 2 shots. Mike Small, very deliberate, excellent pre-shot routine, Mike. Same thing every time, as we all should do. Looks to be on a very, very good line here too. Another very good bowl.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That's a beautiful shot. Well played, Mike Small. You'd be forgiven for thinking they've played here once or twice. This is Dan Gilshlin, winner of the New Zealand Mixed Peers at Central Otago, playing with Lisa White. He's been a mainstay in their Manawatu and centre team for probably a decade now. It's a name you see often. There's the wind back again.
Yep, the wind has returned and it's going to affect the bowls. It'll be interesting to see whether it might have changed direction just a little bit, more of a crosswind rather than a head and tailwind like we had in the earlier game. Had a profound effect on that game, especially when they were playing into the wind. We had heaps and heaps of short bowls, but a little bit more of a crosswind this time, I think. Well, that'll be 4 now.
It's a nice start for this team, isn't it?
We can see the breeze is back when we look at the flags there.
That's what the player sees from the player's end. Dean's been asked to reach through on the forehand, I think.
He's a bit quick, I think. He's going to go right round here. Oh, he's going to cut one of them out, is he? No, he's not. No. So still 4 shots. You can see the 4 blue disc bowls there.
Is it just a story of adding to this head for Craig Carter, do you think? Would you just draw a 4th shot, or is there a place he can try and cover here? That's the head.
I think you can see there is a bit of danger out the back there. The 2 red disc bowls at the back. I'm not sure if Burnside do have one out the back themselves. That would be the only thing that he may look to cover, but I like the option here of playing the backhand. I think he doesn't want to leave a bowl out on a shoulder that can be used on the forehand by Tim Hook. So I like the option of playing the backhand. He can still draw another shot on the backhand there. He's just a bit wide and heavy with that one, but this is a backhand shot from Tim, and it looks like he might be going to be a bit aggressive here. I think he might be going jack hunting here on the backhand, looking to drive at the jack, driving at the head. Is he going to get a result off that? Oh, he got one of them out.
Oh. He's chipped a bowl away, but still going to be potentially
3 shots.
3 down.
Has he got enough green to get round those short bowls? I don't think so. Well, actually, it's his speed that looks like he's lacking. He had good line, just didn't have the running. So still 3 down here. Is the option to drive still on? They're having a good look at things here.
I think Dean just indicated, was that we might be a 4 down here?
I think they've left the decision up to what shot to play to Tim, although now Dean's getting back involved in the discussions.
Can I come underneath the backhand just under those balls
Big decision here about what shot to play. Nothing close to the jack, and there's still a few holes there, so I think he looks like he's going to drive the jack again here, or is he? Maybe not.
I think he is. I think he's going to try and drive the jack into the ditch.
I think you'll find he's decided to draw on the backhand.
Where's the bowl? Oh, there it is.
And he might have punched one of his own bowls up for shot, or is that the opposition bowl? Looks like it's got a blue disc on it, so that might be one. Yes, it has. 1, 2. So he punched another of the oppositions into the head for shot.
It's not an ideal start for this Manawatu team.
Taking the 3rd one out, measuring for 4. Might have felt that the tape might have slipped as he was shifting around there, so that's 4 shots. Yep. Oh, he just wanted to. Whoops. Yep, it is. It's 4 shots.
4 there on the first end.
Now, did the marker have more than 4 shots up there?
I'll check for you. It might be more. I think he's got a couple of hands up. We'll just relive this end, and that was the first bowl from Tim Hook. Chipped it out, and then that sick feeling when you promote an opposition bowl in for the count, and when we return, it may be that we find it was actually.
Let's have a look and see what they've put up on the scoreboard. I did see the marker walking away, and it looked like he had more than 4.
I think it might be the 5 there. You can see in the background.
Very good opening bowl.
Yeah, it's a
This is
5.
a 5, yep. So a real good start for the local side, and an excellent opening bowl from Robert Fensom. So bowls used here, we've got Robert using the Taylor SR, Barry Williams the XGs, Mike Small Dynamics, Craig Carter Taylor SR. So a mixture of bowls, 4 different types of bowls being used by the Burnside team.
You can see that it's that classic Taylor grip on Robert Fensom's bowls with quite the deep, and they're not even dimples, are they? Sort of like indents along the grip of the bowl.
For the Tim Hook skip side, 3 of them using the XGs. The odd man out is Scott McGavin, who's using Aero Defiance.
We saw someone else, didn't we, playing with the Defiance on the first day.
Pretty rare bowl for New Zealand Greens, the Defiance.
They're halfway in between, I believe, the Dynamic and the Optima. Maybe. They don't want me. They don't want me to see a lot. I'll get back to you on that one, team.
So the local knowledge has come in handy here. The first end, all of the Burnside players contributed to the scoring on that 5. And they've also, both players, Barry Williams and Robert Fensom, have got handy bowls here at the start of the second end as well. So local knowledge coming to the fore early in this game.
The Defiant is the biggest turning bowl they manufacture for New Zealand and Australian greens, and it's the Evolve that's halfway between a Dynamic and an Optima. So Scotty McGavin opting for the biggest swinging bowl you can purchase from Aero.
Which is unusual. They are, as I said, they are pretty rare. Not very many people use them in New Zealand.
Yeah, certainly. Popular Aero models in New Zealand are usually the Optimas or the Dynamics. I've played with Optimas for the entirety of my outdoor bowling career, and find that sometimes they do what I would like them to do, and other times they don't. Mainly use the Aero in my case. A nice swinging bowl, so Defiance must turn a lot because the Optimas certainly come right back. Small. That's a good bowl. That's a very good bowl. See there, I'm saving the viewers from a real sight by using this camera. And a smidgen of the jack there, Dan Gilshan, very close to taking the jack back.
unlucky. I think it was a good shot option, looking to play down on that forehand, looking to sit one of the shot bowls that are already there, but he just sailed past and nicked the jack. And in the meantime, Mike Small adds another shot. So 4 down again they are here. The Tim Hook skips side. There's a few bowls to land on there, and I think he called a good shot option here for Dean Gilshan, looking to play with that meter on, just arriving to these bowls, getting some sort of result here, and he did. Look at that, what a great result.
Yeah, well played, really.
It was a well played bowl, yep. There was a very good call from Tim Hook to play that shot, and he played it perfectly, and they've got the shot out of it.
The perfect result, but it was lovely, well played, and that's a result of the speed that Dean played, but that with really gave his bowl a chance to swing down onto the head.
The options here for Craig, looking probably just to draw round the bowl that's just short of the shot bowl and try and land the shot bowl, stay there himself. He's on a pretty good line for it here, looking to land the shot bowl, just possibly his speed was a bit too much, didn't allow the bowl to pull enough once it got round that short bowl. So just drop a metre or so of weight off of that bowl with the same line and he should get the result he's after. In the meantime, Tim will be looking to add another one to the one he's already got there.
He's taking a high line, you can see he's disappointed with that bowl. That's because it barely came back in. It's the bowl to the furthest to your left that you can see on your screen. So I was distracted in the background as Tim was looking at it. This is an aggressive bowl from Craig Carter, looking to chip off the shot bowl of Dean's. Was worth 3, wasn't it? They had second, third and fourth.
Not a bad option, yep. Changed his shot completely from his first bowl where he tried to draw it off. And he said, I'm not nancying around with it, I'm going to try and really get rid of it, but pulled the shot across narrow under the head. So is this going to be the bonus shot from Tim Hook? Yes, it is. Great bowl there.
Someone literally just threw a mat onto our camera, which is thrilling. I'll just contain myself. So what was it? 1. So 1, 5. 2.
He drew the bonus, yep.
I was busy watching a mat go flying towards quite an expensive camera and a fragile tripod, so I wasn't paying too much attention. So 2-5, and we're on the third end of 18. I mean, that's not ideal, team. If we could just, if you're ever on the broadcast rink, please, if you could just avoid avoid throwing mats would be, good. Or if you are going to throw a mat, perhaps have slightly better aim and go either to the left or the right, but straight back onto a tripod. Not a huge fan. On the positive side, it is an absolutely stunning day here at Burnside.
It is awesome. Long mark continue for the rest of the Nationals with the mixed pairs getting underway Monday. Tomorrow we'll have the finals of these fours events, the men's and women's fours. Very good opening bowl there from Robert Fensom.
The forecast, I haven't looked at it, but based on today, I would imagine we're in for a stunner again tomorrow in the Burnside Bowling Club. Wonderful hosts. I can recall there was a singles and pairs finals day held here a few years ago on beautiful weather as we have now, and it's such a nice place to go down and watch the bowls. The surrounds of the rink were full of hundreds of people were there enjoying the weather and an ice cream and a cold beverage, watching the best bowlers in New Zealand battle it out to see who could be the champion. And if you are in the Canterbury or Christchurch region, you've got an opportunity to do so tomorrow. It'll be from the quarterfinals for the men and the semi-finals for the women from 8:30. So you've got a full day of bowls, three games or 3 rounds to be played tomorrow. And you get a front row seat to the action here at the Burnside Bowling Club with a free entry and plenty of parking.
In the area here, Barry Williams.
That's
Very good
exceptional.
bowl. Outstanding bowl from Barry. And a good positive call from Tim, just looking to over the draw, land the bowl, trail the jack. So Matt Pearson, he's in the area too. He's very much in the area. Going to draw it cold here. What a great shot. Great shot.
It's fantastic. We did see this team, or yeah, I'm sure it was this team, Tim and Dean, Matt and Scott, make the final of the New Zealand Fours last year, I believe, where they were defeated by Mike Galloway, David Clark, Steve Fisher and Marty Dixon. And we watched them play in section play where they were comfortably beaten, I think potentially by Mike, and then they met him again in the final with a different batting order. Can't remember, they switched the team around a little and just kicked into gear and didn't lose another game until the final. So no stranger to success, but under a bit of pressure here. The Tim Hook team.
Looks like they might still be one down despite that excellent bowl from Matt Pearson. They might, because Tim is still calling for a little bit of weight, looking to get to the jack or to their second shot bowl. That's a good bowl though. He set his own bowl back and stayed handy, but it sort of eliminated that option for the Burnside team to play to that bowl that was there and perhaps fall in off of it. So Mike lost interest in that one pretty quickly. Realised he wasn't going to be there.
He's playing with a bit more weight here, Dan Gilshnan. If he can get it to hold on, could go inside out again. Handy bowl.
Got the desired result there. They're holding 3 shots now, and I think Craig, not hesitating. He's telling Mike to get into that, drive that. We're 3 down now.
How's this drive, Dave?
Normally pretty good. Yep. He's not playing with the full-blooded drive like he can do. He's missed this one on the high side. More of a run shot, that one.
Hasn't made the head a whole lot worse. Hasn't made it better. And on the crossover, it will be with at least 2.5 to the red stickered Tim Hook bowls, courtesy of an inside-out shot from Dean Gilshton. Had nice weight. Got a good result. As the team study the head. And it is a long walk back there as it skips sometimes, isn't it? 30, 35, 36 metres down. You know, you've got 2 bowls to play. Craig Carter standing ready. Half expect to see Tim just go past the head somewhere. You'd be able to see where the jack's going to go if there is connection. Yeah, exactly there where Dan Gilsham is standing to the left of your screen. Where he's aiming to be.
Okay, Okay, we'll see how good Craig is on the weighted shots too now. 3 down, reasonable target. Let's see how accurate he is with the weighted shots. Not playing with as much weight as I thought he would.
Inside out. He could get an inside out. Spat the jack out to the side.
Probably only 1 down now, so a good result.
It's a very good bowl if he's able to draw within about 4 feet of the jack, because it means he won't drop more, provided Craig is able to play a good draw shot. As a skip, you're thinking, great. The worst case scenario here is I'm dropping 1. And with that bowl, Craig should actually be thinking, oh, I'm actually going to score the shot here because there's plenty of room.
Yeah, you've still got to do it, but that wasn't a great effort from Tim.
This is your conversation, Dave. Do you draw across the head for the shot or go outside and back in?
I think outside back in is the best option for this particular one. He might be running a bit here though. Is he going to stop in time? No, he's not. So 1 to Tim Hook's side, clawing their way back into the game after the disastrous 5 that they dropped on the first end. Now they're only a couple behind. 5 to 3 it is to Craig Carter's side after 3 ends. So all the results from the previous rounds have filtered through and they're available on the Bowls New Zealand website. If you go to the Bowls New Zealand website and right on the front page you'll see the fours and mixed pairs. Just hit the button on that and away you go. You'll find the results, and there's been another bit of an upset there too. I notice a loss for the Sam Tolshard skipped for. Of course, Sam Tolshard, a English international, and he's come out the last couple of years, and this time and playing with the same team, Terry Scott, Mike Kernahan, and they've been defeated.
And 2 others, isn't it? Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
Sam Tolshard, and it's Terry Scott,
Carroll?
Mike Carroll, and we said the other one a minute ago. Yep.
Mike
Kernahan,
Terry,
Sam Tolshard, and Mike Carroll.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
We got him.
Okay.
We got him.
I could have told you that 10 minutes ago, but not when you asked it of me. Just having a look to it, the women's section, we've got 1 team through to the semi-finals already just because of the way the draw worked, and it's the team of Donelda Scott, Kirsten Rowe, Fiona Frew and Kim Rowlands are successfully through to the semi-final, and the 3 quarterfinals to be contested now are between Estelle Hickey's team playing Val Smith, Deb White, Ashley Jeffcoat and Kim Hemingway, who have won this title recently, maybe at Central Otago 3 or 4 years ago. And the other quarterfinalists, Jackie Brooke, Joe Toogood, Angela Johnston and Debbie Jackson, which is a very strong team, taking on Sue Hodges, Julie Adams, Minna Paul and Kate Kennedy Newton. And then I think the big game of this round, this quarterfinal round, the defending champions, Dale, Karen, Reen and Linda, who scraped through in qualifying, taking on the superstar team of Mandy Boyd, Kirsten Edwards, Amy McElroy and Taylor Bruce. And if you want to watch that game, Papanui Club Outdoor Bowls is the place to go. It's due to start around about now, and there will be fireworks, I can tell you.
And I mentioned Sam Tolshard skip side beaten, and funnily enough they're beaten by a team from the Nelson area, Barry Chinnery, Doug Hayward, Steve Ford and Mike Carter. And Steve actually, I know all of them of course because they're from the Nelson Centre, they're from different clubs in the Nelson Centre, but as chairman of the board of Bowls Nelson, it's good to see our secretary Steve Ford has soldiered on and made it past that rather big obstacle of the Sam Tolshard skip side. They won that game 17 to 13.
There's that view again.
Pretty good bowl though. 2 shots they're holding there.
Lovely bowls.
2 excellent bowls there from Matt Pearson. Barry Williams with his second bowl now to try and change things.
It's been steady, hasn't he?
Yeah, not bad here, just a little bit wide, so he'd still be 2, I think, to the Tim Hook side. Dean Gilshnan, very good weight here, just dropping underneath the head. Could be another counter though. He's not far away. Could very well be another counter. So Mike Small.
In the area.
Definitely well grasped. He's going to have to land something though, because he's running a little bit.
Oh, panic stations.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
When you see the double hand on head,
Yeah.
it's not usually an indication that a good thing is about to happen.
So we're holding 3, possibly 4 now. They're only holding 1. See that wind now really starting to kick up. Whoops, you can see there, having to grab the hat. It really has got very gusty out there now. Is he going to land the shot bowl? No, through the hole. I think we can blame the wind for that one a little bit. It was really would have hooked that bowl back.
Could you see in the background Ashley Jeffcoat, who's a member of one of those teams that's going to play a quarter-final, so that mustn't quite be underway, which does mean, of course, there's plenty of time to come down to the Burnside Bowling Club if you want to watch a couple of those quarter-final matches in the women's fours. If they haven't got underway yet, I would say they'll still be playing at 6:30, 7 o'clock, so you could have afternoon tea and tootle on down to the bowling club to check it out.
So Tim Hook holding 1 shot. Looking to add to the count. I think he might be a bit tight here, especially with the wind the way it's definitely a crosswind now, and that'll get behind that bowl and blow it sideways across the head. So it's now we've really got to take a fair amount of green, and this looks to be on a much better line, this bowl. Coming back now, the wind's got behind it again. Is he going to land the shot bowl? Is he going to land the shot bowl? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he's made 2 of it now. Dean Gilshnan just having a look at things here. Looking to play right through with weight. Down, almost down the centre line, looking to clean the shot bowls out. backhand, it looks like, down just up to the left of the centre line and let it bend back underneath through that gap and look to get to the shot bowl and hopefully plant it onto the second shot bowl as well. But he's a bit
He's
wide
close
here.
to a result.
Oh, he might have got rid of one of them. So they've still got one.
Didn't mind that. Well, I've been impressed with the speed we've seen played. Not all of it's been successful, but seems to be that the Manawatu team, when they have attacked, have given their collision bowl a chance to be very effective. You find, as we watch what's going to happen here.
Two. Luckily that was his bowl out the back there, and so he's managed to make two of it. Not really the way he was trying to make two of it, but extends the lead out to 7 shots to 3 now after 4 ends.
Look at what's going to happen. What was I saying, Dave? I was trying to make a point. Oh, that's right. Often we see skips and threes, if they wind up properly, you actually don't give your collision bowl any opportunity to make any impact on the head at all. Sometimes you want that, but it's quite nice to see that slightly more controlled running weight in your collision bowl. Instead, when it hits the head, instead of shearing off at a sharp angle, the collision bowl just has that opportunity to follow through square onto something or hang around on the head.
Hang
and be
around on the
effective.
head, definitely, yep.
I think we get a bit carried away sometimes.
Very good opening bowl here from Robert Fensom. I see Val Smith has emerged, looking out the window here. She's emerged out onto the green, and they're underway. The first bowl's been played, and their match, their quarter-final match.
Yeah, Val. Yeah, we spoke about her earlier, but just one of the great bowlers, and emotional for a lot of people in and outside of New Zealand. I think when earlier this year, this month, what month will be? February. Earlier this month, she announced her retirement from international play after 25 years in the system, and I think 21 or 22 years as a full senior member of that Blackjacks team. Quite an incredible record, and still such a competitor, as we can see by the fact she's through to the quarter-final at this event.
Yeah, true legend of the sport here in New Zealand, no two ways about it, Val, and I was proud to be associated with 10 years of her 25 years at the top level. Real professional in the way she carried herself and the way she performed, her preparation, everything. Val was definitely a class act when she was involved with the New Zealand team.
Would like to see, I'd be surprised if it's the last we've seen of Val around the place, right? She's still, just because you retire from international duties doesn't mean that you're lost to the game of lawn bowls, so still remain a prominent figure.
Williams just getting the wind
bowl
behind him there again, brought him home. Collision with the jack. The players will slowly learn that wind is really behind them on that side of the ring, where they're playing, if you're right-handed, you're playing forehand in this direction and backhand in the other direction. You're really going to have to throw the bowl out because that wind is whipping them back towards the centre line, and I suggest that won't be wide enough, that bowl. Well, he definitely wasn't wide enough, but I thought he would have died away a lot more than that even, but
it held for
it did
a remarkable amount of time. Barry Williams now onto his backhand, so being forced to switch, well, not being forced to, being asked to switch hands. You can see the wind's got this one.
Just holding it, battling to turn back into the wind.
It's that slight undulation. Needs it to hold even more. That's a good bowl.
Yeah, a little bit lucky. He was tight again, but managed to land on the shot bowl. And he was definitely undergreened.
Didn't waste any green. Didn't waste any green at all.
Now this looks to have good green, this one. This looks to have very good green. He might be just a bit quick. Yeah, he is, but he's got perfect green there. Dean Gilshan being told if he draws a toucher, he'll make 3 of it. See if he can oblige. Once again, well grassed. Just a bit quick like Mike was. It might count though. Yep, they're definitely counting. So good bowl from Dean Gilshan. Mike will be just looking to beat his own bowl here. So drop a couple of feet off the speed and he'll be close. And he is. Is he going to drop underneath the Gilshan bowl? Yes, he has.
That's
drawn the shot.
Yeah.
Great bowl.
Lovely draw ball under a bit of pressure, isn't it? When you can just sit in.
Oh, it might be second shot. I think I heard Tim Hook say that we've still got the shot, mate. So it might have been just second shot that, yeah, it looks like it. Definitely that white bowl with the red disc on it would be the shot.
He's tight here. Probably a good thing he didn't connect with anything. I fear he probably would have folded the shot ball out and run on himself there, Dean Gilshan.
We might have had the hands on the head from the skip again.
Lovely shot of the head there. Step and a swing of the arm. I've seen a lot of those deliveries this week actually. It's not quite static, but you step and swing. So it could be, couldn't it? It isn't, but it could be. Oh, how's the weight? This has got to be close to an absolute bomb.
Very, very good
Oh,
bowl.
what a shot.
Great bowl. Just sees how far you do, how wide you do have to go, and the players have now cottoned on to that. Just coming around to have a look at the front of the head. See. Yep. So Mike's decided there's nothing else on really other than drawing the shot. Don't know whether he's quite wide enough here. He is. He's coming home nicely now. Just going to be a tad quick. Yeah, no, he had a good attempt.
Yeah, lovely effort. Couldn't have played it a lot better than that, I don't think. This is a nice line again.
Don't know whether he's quite going to come all the way home. Trying hard.
It was beautiful track, wasn't it? And it's going to be a 2 to Tim Hook and co. And the score now 5 shots to 7. We're on the 6th end. Simmering away this game.
Early stages, but the boys now should have all sorted their lines out, know the speed, and they'll be aware of that wind and what they have to do. And interesting to note that Scott McGavin has decided to switch sides to the other side of the rink.
And these are supposed to be the biggest turning bowls that you can get from Aero with the Defiance. That's correct, isn't it? That's the bowl he uses.
That did turn quite a bit, even though it was on the straighter hand, the hand that's battling the wind.
Fighting against the, let's say against the wind, whereas this one's with the wind, so we know it's going to turn back into the head.
He'll come back pretty close to the centre line here. He was just a bit quick. So when we talk about the centre line, we talk about centre line dominance, and that's where line taking is supposedly the easier part of the equation. We only have to get two things right with every bowl we deliver. We've got to send it down the right line at the right speed, and we can coach line taking. There are systems you can use to ensure that you are hitting the correct line on a regular basis, and that's where we talk about, as I say, white line dominance, where you can dominate a game just by making sure you're getting your bowls on the centre line. And the other thing that I tend to say too to the players is work hard on attaining your line and nailing your line, and eventually your speed will come, the feel will come. If you're consistently hitting the centre line, it gives you the confidence to relax on that facet of the game. You know you can trust your delivery, you can trust that you're taking the correct line, and it's amazing how quickly your speed will come. It's always a lot more difficult to hit the centre line when there's wind in play.
Barry has been playing well in this game. Steady two bowls. It's nice at 2 and a 4 to have a player who is usually going to be within a few feet of the jack, and this is a perfect time for Barry to play his worst bowl of the game.
Well done, Alex.
Sorry, Barry. All the players following each other down on the forehand side on this particular end.
Yeah, they've all decided they don't want the wind assistance. They're going to try and pick the straighter of the two hands. The trouble is the wind's gusting, and
so you almost have to hope that the wind gusts at the right time. Lovely Defiance there on the bottom of the bowl. Correction time for Barry. He has taken more green. This will teach us something. Let's watch how far back this bowl comes. Oh, overcooked it.
So the change to the other side of the ring hasn't really improved the play here from these guys. I would have thought they might have stuck with the bigger hand.
Now the challenge being now they all essentially have to follow each other down on the forehand.
Oh, this one's trucking along a bit. So it's one shot to the Tim Hook team at the moment. Even Mike Small's decided to follow them down on that forehand side as well. But you're probably right, the backhand, there's a few bowls in the way out there now, isn't there? So
only because everyone was playing the forehand, and now the backhand well and truly gone with this bowl of Mike Small. So we're probably going to see the next the rest of the head played on that forehand side, and it looks like there's a lot of room there. A good correction from Dean.
Yep, that'll be another counter. An interesting observation here. Both the skips not nothing on their heads, no caps, hats. Unusual these days was, the awareness that we've all got around the powers of the sun and the issues that it can create, but both of these guys don't wear hats. Very unusual.
How do they see? Be squinting a lot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's another thing. Definitely the shadows that the hats give you, the brims of the caps or the hats. But also just the dangers of the sun as well, the sunburn factor.
Only good thing about Mike Small's last bowl is it does give the skips a good guide, really. You know, if you go near that bowl, you're going to be very close to the jack. So, you know, it's a holding hand, so you just need to sneak underneath Mike Small's bowl. Let that one go with a bit of a dump, which is why it's short. And why he looks so frustrated with himself. So you would think there's room here for Craig. In the area.
He's trucking along a bit.
Be intrigued to see how much weight he takes off with the second bowl.
Yeah, bounces the bowl about. Bounces the bowl a bit, does Tim?
2 short bowls. That one more on the way. And Craig's 2 down here, and it's a difficult head to navigate. Possibly still drawable on the forehand because those bowls are so short.
Yeah, I think he can still get round everything and draw the shot. And once again, well, he's not. He's having a whoopsie at the shot bowl.
He could get them both. He could get them both. Oh, he got one of them. Oh, fair enough.
Now let's see. It could be a measure for shot there. Now let's see who's picking the jack up here. Because it might be that he got the shot out of that. They only had the 1 second. No, it's definitely still 1 to Tim Hook's team.
6-7 after 6.
Yeah, I was about to say there that when I thought that he was going to be drawing again, he could have drawn round those short bowls. Because the big thing he had to remember there was he didn't have to draw a toucher. He just had to beat the closest opposition bowl, which was a good 2 feet away. So by going round those bowls, he could have finished wide of the jack and still got the shot quite comfortably. But he opted for the drive, and not a bad option, I suppose. He reduced the count.
Yeah, can we just see if we can find where the mat went? Max, our camera person. I have a funny feeling that it landed on my tripod again. Look at that. Don't throw the mat on the tripods, please, people. If we could just avoid it, it would be ideal. Because now we have a situation where it looks like the boat is sinking. And it's all on an angle. Okay, that's me. I'm done. As you were, team, we'll just go back to the talking about the bowls. Haven't had enough coffee today, Dave. I'm in a bad mood.
Excellent opener there from Robert Fensom.
Got a very efficient delivery action. Scott McGavin. There's not a lot of movement. It's unfortunate that's not a very good pole. There's not a lot of movement anyway. He's got essentially no backswing. It's just all on the follow through, and it's a small step, but well grooved.
Matt Pearson with his first attempt on this end. Looks not too bad either. Both skippers acknowledging that he's a little bit unlucky. It's close for shot now.
Yeah, lovely shot.
But the head's starting to build here. Only one real loose bowl. We used to, talking about that centre line dominance, one of the drills we used to play quite regularly, and I still use it for coaching, but is playing a game whereby you don't use a jack, and you play a normal game of fours, or it could be triples, and you play all the bowls in the game for an end, and then you toss the coin and one skip gets to place the jack on the centre line in a legal length position where they desire. And so obviously, and your bowl must be, to count, must be within a foot of the centre line. So it's quite an interesting game, and it also means you have to keep an eye on where the opposition might be grouping their bowls down the centre line. But remember, the bowl has to be within a foot of the centre line to count. So you have to keep an eye on where your skippers, or where the opposition are building a little pocket of their bowls on the centre line, and maybe try and put one in there. But it's totally a draw game. There's no driving, no shot play at all allowed. And it's I remember one time in particular where Sharon Sims was in the squad, and we played this game, and we got to the last end, and Sharon needed a 2 to win, and there was nowhere on the centre line when they'd finished where she could get a 2. She obviously could get a 1, but nowhere on the centre line could they get a 2. So both teams had cottoned on to it very well. But it's a good drill, and another thing that we took along similar lines is to play a normal game, actually use a jack, play a normal game, but play with incredibly narrowed rinks. So bring the rink markers in to the extreme narrowest possible. And if you draw, once again, all drawing, and if your bowl goes off the rink, you can't use it on the next end.
I like that. Those are the little things that are very easy to replicate, aren't they? Just for people at home watching, and you could pop down to your bowls club if you're looking to practice. It's actually easy to go, well, why don't we make the rink really narrow and just play a practice game?
Yep.
Teaches us to get our line right.
That's exactly right. It makes you really focus on that line taking. So yeah, some good fun had with those games when we used to play them.
Well, they all have a practical application, and we don't practice with purpose well in bowls. We tend to, and I do it myself. You pop down to the bowls club, and it's actually it's easier for me not to worry about it too much. I'll just play a few ends, and then we'll pop back inside. But what are you trying to achieve, I suppose, is the question. Because if you're actually trying to practice skills that you're going to need in a game, having a roll up where you play the shots that are comfortable for you is what's it achieving?
Every now and then a roll up, as we call it, not it might be that you're just wanting to get the feel and your rhythm and timing going, and that's fine. So I roll up every now and then, but yeah, I agree. And I used to, and I still do catch some people out nowadays. I see them, they have a practice and they're putting their bowls on their bag and they're finished, and I say, "Did you achieve your objective with your training today?" And they look at me as if I've got 14 heads. What do you mean? I said, well, what were you working on there? Oh, yeah, well, I was just having a roll up. I said, yeah, but what specifically were you working on? We talk about, I always use the analogy of the All Blacks. They don't just go and have a game when they train. They work on specifics. So they might, the forwards and backs separate. As we look at this bowl, this is close to the jack. Close to the jack. He did touch it.
That was a very good bowl.
Not sure who's got the shot on this here. It's very, very close all round. Mike having a look at things here to see just who has got the shot. But yeah, so what was the objective of your training today? What were you working on? you know, if that person said, oh, look, I was working on my rhythm and timing, I wanted to get the feel of my, oh, fine, great, that's brilliant. But, you know, occasionally people have said, yes, I was working on line taking, or I was working on finishing between the jack and 2 metres behind it, or, you know, just so it is definitely worthwhile having an objective when you go to have a practice. Don't just go for a roll-up. Close to the jack here. He's got the jack, but is it a slice of... It's got one.
It's a slice of heaven is the answer to
Slice
that
of
question.
heaven. I was just going to check on whether it was the other H thing. A slice of hell, but it was a slice of heaven for him. So holding the shot. The thing is, how many seconds has Tim Hilt got now? What are his options here? So it looks like he's only only the 1 second by the look of that. Hard to tell with the angles sometimes, but
I think the one, and he indicated that he was going to play his backhand with some weight
he
here.
is looking for the shot bowl. The danger is taking his own second shot out here. He's not going to do that though, because he's... Oh, the wind's holding it for him. The wind is holding it for him.
The hand of God.
Might have killed it, I think.
Yep. It's a kill, and that means that for the first time this week, because I've just remembered I have it, we've had a kill. Isn't that beautiful? And what does it mean when we have a kill, Dave? It means that we replay the end, doesn't it?
It does mean we replay the end, yep. Looks like they've decided to play from the other opposite end. Has to be a mutual agreement that they play it from the opposite end. If you can't agree on which direction to play, then the bowls must be taken back and played in the original direction, but they've obviously mutually agreed to play them from up the other end.
The score's still very tight here. 7 shots to 6. We're on the 7th end.
So when the end is killed, like it has been here, it's replayed. Sometimes in tournaments that are played around the country, and you know, even club and centre events. Look at that beautiful sky here in Christchurch today. Some conditions of play, if the end is killed, the jack is actually replaced on the 2 metre mark and you continue playing. And quite often that's a good condition of play to have for local tournaments and events, because it means that you can, you know, when you're going to be finishing, you get the game completed.
It would speed up the day, wouldn't it?
day, yep. So.
As the wind's gotten up.
Look at that. Look at the wind get a hold of that and just whip it sideways across the head.
It's going to change the type of bowls we see, as we see that very efficient delivery of Scott McGavin that I was talking about before. Not much of a backswing really. It's a quite a compact delivery. Very effective. Look at that. It's a lovely bowl.
Excellent bowl.
Just pointed at his wristwatch, and usually in bowls that means you're going, well, what time was it that I've turned up to this game? And for Scott, I can tell him it's 6 minutes past 4 at the moment. Well,
Robert struggled with his 2 bowls on this end. He won't remember the 7th end of this game with great fondness.
as we've seen, this is a good bowl from Matt. It's interesting to see how heads are able to develop after we've had short bowls at the start. because it's just an exponential decrease in the shots that are available for everyone else, because it becomes harder to play all the bowls because there's stuff that is in the way. You might think when you miss a bowl, oh, that's okay, the next person will get it, but we often forget to then think, well, how have I actually impacted the head for the rest of the bowls that are going to be played?
We used to talk about making sure that we're making it better for the players that are coming after us. Make it easy for the guys coming after us, so we fulfill our role in the team, then we're doing that automatically.
Oh, he's close if he gets down. Just lipping past, but two handy bowls.
We all have moments in games. Sometimes you play really, really good for an entire game, but we always have moments where we struggle a bit. And I always used to encourage, if you are struggling and you just can't, you're not feeling it, and it's just they're going all over the shop, struggle heavy for a while, and at least your bowls are in play. You bowl, if you just struggle, push them past the jack just for a while, and who knows, you might, that might get you the feel back and
work your way back into
the game. But it's no good struggling and continually dropping your bowls short where they're out of play completely. So struggle heavy for a while, and you'll quite often find the speed will return for you, the feel will return. So very loose head from the Burnside club team's perspective. Mike Small will be hoping to make a change here with this one. He's taking the big wide turning wind assisted hand. The trouble is he's put far too much speed into it.
Yeah,
all the way to the ditch, in fact.
Disappointing. It's disappointing to watch as a bowler. Dean now trying to navigate his way. You can see the wind. I mean, it's overplay, but you can see how the wind is.
Oh, and he's got a big helping hand there.
Not quite a plan.
3 shots they're holding now, though. Starting to get a bit ugly for the Burnside team. This is a very important bowl here for Mike Small. Be good if he could get 3rd shot even, just get a bowl on the head. He's changed his hand.
It's just missing on the wide side.
Oh, he's going to sail all the way into the ditch again, is he? No, not quite. So the work to be done here for Craig Carter. His team have left him in a spot of bother this time, no two ways about it.
It's interesting when you look at who's got the shot. That's 1st, 2nd and 3rd, so it's not until quite some distance that we actually find 4th shot, and they're reasonably spread out, so
yeah, there's no target there. No real target for him to drive out. He could drive the 2nd shot and hopefully get the inside edge of it and take 2 of the shots out, but really his only option is to try and draw as close as he can here. Oh, there's the wind just straightening that bowl up nicely for Tim Hook there. Now it's 4.
I know it's tempting to drive, but I'm not sure if it's wise. I feel like you'd still drop a 3 or 4 because barring a kill, which would be a very good result. I don't think it's that effective. This is close though.
He's trucking. He's going to have to land something. Oh, look at the wind. Grab that as well and just pushed it wide of that. Looked like it might have been going to turn towards the 2nd shot bowl there at 9 o'clock on the dial as we looked at it, but The wind just pushed it outside of that bowl, and Tim Hook drawing with confidence now, knows that he's got 4 shots up there on the head. Can possibly draw another one. He's in the area to do just that. And this could be a big swing in the game.
Well, this is the moment.
5 shots there now. Now is Craig tempted to have a drive. He might drive that black bowl now and see if he can clean some of these out. And he is. Oh, and he doesn't like it. He's pulled it. Oh, he's on. Which hand was he on? Couldn't work out. But
That
he
must have been the back end.
Yeah. So 5 shots.
Well, mark that one down in your on your scorecards at home because
4.5. One was a fluke.
5 shots. That's great. Did you hear that? 4.5 because one was a fluke, and I like the humour. That's great. That's great. I enjoy it. But sick feeling in the stomach it will be for the Burnside team because it's a handful that they wouldn't have dropped had they played like they have for the rest of this game. And now I suppose it's about trying to bounce back for the Burnside team. They'll think to themselves, we've dropped to 5. That's not ideal, but if we can score immediately afterwards, you sort of soften the blow a little. It's if they drop another number here that you start going, "God, we've dropped 7 or 8 shots on 2 ends." It's a lot of work to come back. So Burnside now really does need to score.
Absolutely. There's 2 mindsets here. The mindset of the team have just scored the 5. It's just as important for them to keep the momentum going by scoring again now and really keeping the Burnside team in the doldrums a little bit. So they'll both be desperate to score this end for completely different reasons.
Yeah, unlucky. Weight was perfect.
I wonder if we will see a team switch back to that turning hand, as we've now seen 3 ends in a row, 4 ends in a row where it's been bowls up and down on this straighter hand. So the players have been frightened off the big swing. That's a very good result from Scott McGavin.
Not having the game.
He's going to run into that short bowl again. He's been a bit unlucky. Both of his bowls weren't too bad, to be fair. Poor old Robert. He's definitely drew the short straw and ran into the opposition's bowls on both occasions.
Twice. Matt over to the left of his mat. I don't know if that's the way he usually plays, and if not, it'll be because it's the straight hand that he's playing, so he's trying to get his bowl to fight against the turn at the end.
And how much it's going to turn. Work around them.
See that late swing.
There's something close. Put down. It's pretty good. It's still dribble down underneath Robbie.
I'm persevering with the straight hand here now. I think, look, the Burnside team were drawing exceptionally well on the big swinging hand. They really were early on in the game, and they've decided to abandon it. And I think it's to the detriment of their play that they've done that.
Andy bowl.
He's got a good result. He fell backwards. He might even have got the shot out of that, but I still think that Burnside should have stuck to the big wide swinging hand. They were playing it well.
I think you can get sucked into a game of follow the leader sometimes in bowls, and it was the Manawatu team who switched to that straight hand, and you go, oh yeah, I'll just follow it down, and you hardly think about it in the wider context of the game sometimes when you're embroiled in a match like this, which is R16 of the National Fours. I wonder if we spoke to them and said, oh, did you realise you guys have actually changed sides? I'm not sure if it's a conscious thing sometimes, you just get sucked into it. Here comes a forehand bowl.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a matter of trusting your eyes and sending it out. Give it plenty of green. That's nowhere near enough. Barry knows it straight away. He's turned away and discussed himself. That'll go off the rink while he's ran into that bowl. Otherwise,
4
he would.
seconds, Dave.
4 seconds. They're telling him to drive the bowl now. Get rid of the shot bowl. Very good option. 4 excellent second shots there. The one blue disc bowl, holding them out of those 4 shots. No, he's not wide enough.
Surely not.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's all you can say about that.
He had the right bias.
I suppose the only saving grace for the Burnside side was that he's only got 1 shot out of it. He didn't take it off the head completely and be sitting with 4.
Well, you'd think there'd be a temptation on the. You could almost play.
It happened to sweep the jack. We got catchers.
I was going to suggest the backhand through the through the
Yeah.
second and third shot.
Possibly the danger is that they're a little bit too close to the shot. You might
You miss it by a smidgen and you chip yourself
tip
out.
your own bowl out. Yeah. Close to the jackies, close to what Tim was after. Just ducked underneath it.
I think you've got to be going quicker. At it.
Yeah, this is a
On the
got a
backhand.
danger spells of ringing here.
Oh, the backhand's very dangerous here because
Yes,
if you
it's-
miss narrow, you'll clear your 2
Clear
bowls
your
out.
2 bowls out and you'll be a handful down. So not sure if I like this call from Craig Carter.
Oh dear.
Look what's going to happen
Oh,
here.
those are the 2 bowls.
Oh, he has. So he took the shot bowl out, but unfortunately took his 2 second shots. I never like that call right from the moment it was made.
Felt
Now
like
he's-
I was watching a train go towards a shopping cart or something, and it could do nothing to nothing to stop it from
So,
happening. It's
2
unfortunate.
2 down now, definitely 2 down. They were only 1 down. Yeah, look, a poor call, I think. Here's the replay.
Always happening, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's not ideal. It would have been. Yeah. Nothing else to say. Very comfortable spectators at the Burnside Bowling Club, and it's Tim Hook now to add to this.
Okay, so in the previous game we showed this afternoon, there was some magnificent pressure bowls played by skips. Both the skips in the previous games pulled some great bowls when they were desperately needed, and this is an example of where one is needed here from Craig Carter. He's 2 or 3 down, and he's flying here. He did send it out on a very, very good line, but just far too quick. That'll be gone all the way to the ditch.
Interesting. It's an excellent number to actually hold here for the Manawa 2 team, because all there really is for Craig is a dead draw unless Tim changes something. There's so many gaps everywhere, you wouldn't
Great bowl here.
bother playing with aggression.
Great
That's a
bowl
beautiful
here.
shot. Hasn't made the target any bigger at all. You're now holding 1, 2, 3,
Possibly 4.
maybe 4. And it's on its way. This huge bowl in the context of the game.
I think he's quick again. I think he's quick again. He is.
He had a good line, but just slightly overcooked it. And what are we going to see?
What's the damage here this time?
3.
Yep.
So in 2 ends, how many shots have the Burnside team dropped, Dave? It must be a few.
8.
8. Look at this. It was just a nightmare result for the Burnside team. Mike Small removing their own second and third shot to sit 2 down, and then a beautiful bowl from Tim Hook to add the third shot. And so we see the score 14 shots to 7. So in the blink of an eye, we've gone from a 7-6 battle with 2 teams embroiled to the Manama 2 team flying.
And we talked about how crucial it was for both teams as to what happened after that 5 had been scored, and it was the Manawatu team who did best and got and really cemented that 5 that they had scored by getting another 3. So really taking the wind out of the sails of the Burnside club team. Once again, Roberts sticking with this forehand side coming down here, this narrow side. They've just abandoned the big wide hand, which I felt they were playing pretty well early in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, it feels. I suspect it's that situation where you just follow the leader without thinking too hard about it, and they found themselves just playing that hand. And if we asked them, I'm not sure if they would have an answer. I've been there. You know, you play a game and you think back to it and go, why did I start playing that side of the ring? And it's because you're just following your opposition down. Matt now just trying to draw a bowl close. In the area. Passes through the shot. I was a bit slow on that, unfortunately. It's a good bowl here from Barry Williams if he can get down just a smidgen. Just passing through. 2 handy bowls from the respective twos. Very much a stop the rot situation for the Burnside team, who feel like they're in free fall at the moment. Is it just imperative that they score you? I mean, we're barely halfway through the game. There's plenty of time, but you can't really afford to let this game run away any further than that over the 18 ends. It's winnable now when you're only 7 behind with 10 to go, including this one. But if you continue to drop shots, the Burnside team very quickly could find themselves up a creek and looking for a paddle.
Definitely is. If I was the rink coach of the Burnside team, I would have intervened by now, and I would have said, get back over here on this other hand where you were drawing shot after shot after shot early in the game.
Do you want to try smoke signals from the commentary booth, Dave? Oh, he's trailed it.
Trailed it for 1 down. He may have already been 1 down, but it's just made it a bit of a closer 1 down than what it was before.
Essentially touching the bowl. I would I'd like to see a bowl on the backhand here. Give it room to breathe around Barry's short bowl. Okay.
No, they're not doing that.
Oh, if this is well weighted.
Don't think he's here.
So for Dean Gilshnan, there are lots of opportunities anywhere in here. This bowl of Barry's that sits there is just going to disappear off as clean as a whistle because it's essentially touching. If Dean is slightly narrow, he could take the jack through. And he was very narrow, so there's no jack.
I missed everything.
There's no jack movement when you're that short, but that's what they'll be looking at. Because the two bowls are touching, you look at that as a back-end player and think, well, the two bowls are touching there, so it actually doesn't take that much weight for the shot bowl to be removed.
And I think that's why Mike Small has realised that, or Craig Carter's realised that and told Mike, you need to play on the backhand. We can't afford to land on the second shot bowl and pop our own off the head. But Mike was way too quick there. He's really struggled with his speed the last few. So has Craig. Craig was a bit heavy the last time too.
Just keep Max on this angle. See if we can get him to zoom into the shot, because this will be able to tell us whether the plant gets the jack or not. So you look at that where the bowl sits on the back of the shot bowl. The question is, if you hit the bowl closest to us, does the shot bowl go clean past the jack, or does it get a snick of it?
I think it might just go past the jack.
Here we go. We'll find out in a second, potentially. Oh, it did go clean past, but the collision bowl moved it on the way through. So well called there, Dave. You were correct.
I think they might still be one down with that bowl right on the right on the bank there. It's I think that's Mike Small's bowl.
It's got the Aero. What bowls does Mike play with?
Yep, he's
Aero, so it's Mike Small's bowl there.
Aerodynamic he plays with, so, and it's definitely, I can see the blue disc on the top of it as well, so definitely still 1-2 Burnside.
Pretty unlucky really from McGavin to play the plant as discussed. It went clean past, but he got it so square his collision bowl followed through and popped the jack back anyway. And Craig's played his bowl. We'll see it come onto screen shortly to the left of your screen. There it is. If he can get back in bounds.
Oh,
No.
he didn't. Oh, it fell over them. Yep, no, it's still out of play. A little bit of a communication breakdown. I don't think Dean quite can hear what Tim's asking him. But he might go bowl hunting here, bowl or jack. Gets rid of the bowl. He's definitely got at least 1 second. He is. He's jack or bowl hunting here. And, he was interested in it for a while, but now I think he's lost interest.
Oh, I mean, it wasn't a million miles away. Played it with that swooping weight. And Craig, with a chance to draw a second shot on the rod, has successfully been stopped by this Burnside team.
How far is he going to go? I'm not sure whether he's quite going to get there. Is he? Oh, it could be.
Maybe.
Mike Small having a good look at things here just to see whether Craig did manage to get a second shot there. They're measuring it. Yep.
We'll call it 1.5. An interesting end that just sort of...
Just the one, I think. Yep, just the one. But, as you mentioned, it's arrested the slide. Now, Are they going to make any great changes to the length here? The mat is right back and the jack has gone. Yeah, looks like they've decided to play dot to dot, go full length. And are they going to switch to this forehand side? No. Robert definitely isn't. He's sticking with the backhand side where they've all struggled.
Interesting. It's funny, the strength of a habit, isn't it? You know, you just get stuck into that groove. That'll now be we're only on end 10. It's probably the 6th end or 7th end in a row where all the players have been playing that straight hand, and perhaps it's where what you really need is the skip to make that decision for the team sometimes, or one of the 4 players to show leadership and say, I've noticed a thing, do you think we should try another plan? I don't think it really matters which of the players suggest it, to be honest.
Correct, but one of them needs to just think back and, just self-analyse the game. How have we been going? Well, actually, early on, we were going really good and we were drawing shots left, right and centre on the big swooping hand. But none of them have sort of come to that conclusion and they've just stuck coming down here. But anyhow, not going to go on about it anymore. They're playing.
So McGavin again with the dynamics on that. I quite like his delivery. I'm not sure why, but it just seems so efficient. It's very well grooved, isn't it? It is similar every time.
That's the important thing. Make sure we do everything the same every time.
And not a huge amount to go wrong either, which I suppose is important in a
That's one of the
delivery.
things about his delivery. There's not many moving parts, so not a lot can go wrong. But yeah, I still would rather see more of a pendulum. Yeah, and well, we've finally got a Burnside member who's drawn a shot on that hand.
Yeah, beautiful shot too, isn't it? Well, are we seeing the Manawatu team blink here?
Well, that's that'll be finding its home on the bank. That'll be out of the rink.
And Barry Williams having drawn one good shot. There's no reason to suspect that he might do anything differently here. Oh, yeah, sweet as anything there on the back end. This is good stuff.
Yep.
This is how you build a head.
He's finally mastered that
Beautiful.
hand.
Yeah. And sit down as well. That's 2 fantastic shots from Barry Williams, and it's given this Burnside team every opportunity in the world to build a number here. Of course, I'm sure that the rest of the Manawatu team will have something to say about that.
He was lucky it fell over too, because it reduced the width of the head a little bit. This bowl's on a very good line, mind you. This bowl's on a very good line. Have a look at this. Oh, he's through the hole.
What are the chances of finding that gap? There's a 1.5 bowl size gap.
But as I mentioned, Barry was fortunate his bowl fell over and sat in front of the jack the way it did.
Tightened it up, didn't it?
Yep. Otherwise it would have been bowl, jack, bowl, target, which would have been very inviting, I think, to the Manawatu boys.
Well, this is close here. If
Not quite
Mike
gonna
Small,
run it out.
no, it's not going to. Well, Dan Gilshan's turn to have a go at it now. Plays these shots very well. That controlled weight.
Just going to swing underneath this time. So 2 genuine attempts, one from each of the players. Dean Gilshnan with that bowl there.
And the adjustment for Dean is probably the same green with a little bit more weight, isn't it?
A little bit more weight, just to hold it to the bowl or to the jack. Yep.
Hold a smidgen, so he'll only be wanting to adjust one of the 2 things that you can adjust in bowls.
Oh, and it doesn't look like he has made the weight adjustment. Well, perhaps he did, but also made line adjustments. A very good point you make, Alex, and that's something talk about a lot in coaching as well. That when you, with your second bowl, just change one thing. You know, unless you're changing your shot selection completely, you might be deciding, right, I'm not going to draw this one. I'm going to drive. You draw with your fourth one, but you might decide to change your shot completely. But if you're playing the same bowl, just change one thing. If you're playing a metre or 2 metres on sort of shot and you miss, always try to just adjust with one thing. It's either, right, I'm going to play the same line, but I'm going to give it another couple of metres of weight, or I really love that weight, so I just need to adjust my line. So always just work on adjusting one thing.
If only there was something Craig could wear that would stop the glare. Imagine. It was a beautiful bowl, incidentally, although a bit unfortunate because he has widened that target, hasn't he? And Scott's shown that he's very comfortable playing aggressive bowls, so anything within that 3 or 4 feet target's going to be a good result here. Ideally, Scott would actually hit Craig Carter's last bowl and ricochet into the right as we see it.
It's actually Tim that's playing the shot, not Scott.
Oh. What was I saying? Who is Craig? Whatever. This
Tim.
person, this man, the
Tim.
skip of the Manawa 2 team.
Yeah. And he's driving, so definitely widened the target for him, that last bowl of Craig Carter's, and he's in the area. He's close to getting this onto the jack, and back it goes. His bowl follows through. Not sure whose that is at the back there, whether it's his own team. Two down, yes, so he's got, it was his own back bowl and his bowl followed through, so he's holding 2. Very good conversion shot, 3 down to 2 up. And this is an important bowl now from Craig Carter. He gets round that front one. He's going to be close here. He's just running a bit, I think. Yes, he's going to truck on through. So the mini comeback by the Burnside team has been put on hold immediately on the next end, courtesy of a brilliant conversion shot from Tim Hook.
And it'll hurt because they had built such a nice head. You'd be thinking to yourself, well, we've got an opportunity to score a 2 or 3 here, and Tim didn't even give them a sniff of hope. He played a lovely shot and now has the opportunity to rub some salt into the wound if he can draw for 3 here. Willing it down, willing it to stop. Stop, he says. And it didn't. Twosies. So the score now 16-8, and we're on the 11th end of 18. Yeah, sweet. Relive the story of that end. And it was near misses, wasn't it, for this Manawa 2 team, as we saw Matt Pearson go agonisingly close, and you can see the disappointment on his face there, as well as Dean Gilshnan just flicking underneath it. But when it came to it, Tim Hook was there, and look at that, pop the jack to the back left of your screen, or back right of your screen for 2. And Craig Carter unable to recover from that conversion shot, which is why we see the score as it is. 16 shot state, so 8 the difference. And 11 of 18. The dog's still watching. Very impressed with the staying power. He's probably thinking, well, when can we go? Oh. Right, back to the bowls. Might be gaining a following. Back in this direction. Seeing a lot of long ends. Have we seen a short end? I don't remember a short end yet in this game.
No, both teams have tended to stick to the medium to longer length, more so the longer length.
Okay, I swear this is the last time, but the dog must be the most popular dog at the Burnside Bowling Club. I think we've seen a number of people walk past and they're like, oh, we'll spend a few seconds. So maybe it's actually a good place for the dog to be, and it's probably thinking,
I think he's in doggy heaven the way he's being treated.
Attention.
Yeah, he's loving every minute of it.
Oh, look at this bowl. That's exceptional. Well played.
Very good bowl from Matt Pearson there. It was a pretty good second bowl from Robert Fensom. He would have been delighted with his effort, but he's been outdone by a superb bowl from Matt Pearson. Not a bad bowl here from Barry Williams, just hung it out a little bit wide. Beautiful speed, as indicated there by Craig Carter waving his arms to tell him that, yep, you had beautiful speed there, mate.
See if Matt is able to rinse and repeat.
Unfortunately not. No, he drops that one a couple of metres short.
Oh, he'll be pleased that his first bowl was there at least. Always fancy your chances when you've played your first bowl so well that you think, oh, just try and not overcomplicate this and repeat the feeling. Which is ironically is what Barry Williams has done, but he missed. He was out wide a little bit, so he's played the same bowl twice there.
Yeah, he has. His line didn't change at all. It's a shame because I always look at those bowls and go, what a waste of such beautiful weight. Wasted the part that we struggle to get, the speed, and the easier of the two things that we have to get right, we've missed on both occasions.
Look at this come back so beautifully on that swinging hand.
Yep.
It's a nice hand, really, isn't it?
It is. You've just got to believe your eyes and trust it and throw it out there, and the wind will do the rest for you as long as you've got your speed somewhere or about.
So wind getting up a little. Out smoothly for Mike Small, so it's about navigating this short bowl that you can see at 11 o'clock to the jack. Hard to play that a lot better, to be fair. It almost looks in the way, although I suppose I'm not sure how beneficial the backhand is to the Burnside team. Still a track in there. You could draw a second shot and work backwards. So they do have a bowl at 6 o'clock, don't they? The Burnside. That's a Burnside bowl of Robert Fensom's.
Yep.
So therefore, I don't see an issue with the backhand. You could just look to rest either of the bowls or the jack. If it's moving back, it's going in the 6 o'clock direction rather than play that really straight forehand side where you know you're going to struggle to get your bowl back to the centre line.
Yeah, at least
Willing to be proved wrong here.
if you're playing the wind-assisted side, your bowl's a chance of coming back into the head. But if the wind holds you out, you're not going to have any effect. And that's exactly what's happened here. Another pretty good weighted bowl wasted because the wind wouldn't let it come back home, you know. Whereas if he had that speed on the other hand, he could have affected, changed something on the head, drawn the shot or landed on one of the 2 shots there. So once again, the frustration of watching these guys abandon that big swooping hand to their detriment, I feel.
I tend to agree with that. And it is Tim Hook's team holding on the crossover. He will play the backhand here. You have to think that Craig Carter will consider either following him down or could potentially even be baited into attacking this with more than draw weight. There's a nice target there. Something has to change anyway. Just drawing past. See a couple of blue stickered bowls at the back. Not the worst idea in the world if Craig does feel like
he is playing with weight. He's got to get underneath that short bowl, and he's not going to.
Oh, he was very close there. That was a great effort. He's opened the head up there now, though, for himself. The bowl's not in the way if he wants to try and play the same shot again.
Just under the line there from Tim. So is Craig going to be playing with weight at this head again now? He hasn't got the very, very back bowl. So he's taken a lot of speed off, but as a result of that, the bowl's going to hook away. So I'm not sure. Yep, 2 it is.
Well, it will be a concerning time for the Burnside team now because they've just seen the close games disappeared, hasn't it? It feels like it's all one-way traffic at the moment. 18-8 the score now, so it's a 10-shot difference. And we're on the 12th end. Still remains not an impossible task. But something needs to change. There can't be many ends on the side of the Burnside ledger.
13-1 over the last 7 ends. It's been to the Manawatu side. So
when we remember that Burnside scored a 5 on that first end as well.
Yep.
So 3
ends they've scored on. 7-3 they were up. And yeah, I've only scored one once. And I'm pretty confident in saying I've only scored once since they switched sides of the rink.
Not bad, mate. Make it through. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. Play the home before. 1 metre, sorry.
So finals action tomorrow at Burnside. Looking forward to that. We're down to the nitty-gritty even now. But tomorrow, yep, finals action.
Oh, it'll be great. We get to watch live on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel the final of the women's fours, and that'll be followed by the final of the men's fours, and they'll be 2 great games as they always are. And there's some mighty teams doing battle. I can see out in front of us, the familiar figure of Val Smith, and that score 6 shots apiece in her quarter-final, where she is playing someone. She's playing... I've gone blind. Oh, Estelle Hickey, Marissa Poser, Paula Kempthorne and Helen Blick, and that's a very good team from Auckland. So 6 apiece is no surprise to see outside the window of the Burnside Bowling Club, and whoever it is that makes it through to the final of the women's fours, it's just going to be a great game. And then we won't have a moment to breathe, Dave, because we're going to get the final of the men's fours. Meanwhile,
so it's Scott McGavin that's won the battle of the leads. Having a handy bowl there, just a foot or 18 inches behind the jack.
Barry played 2 excellent bowls in this direction on the previous end. Coming this way. He's got his green right again. Matt Pearson thinks this one is close. That's a great bowl. That's an exceptional bowl. Well played, Matt. I think if I was the Burnside team and you look at the score, you want to get to double figures before your opposition gets to 20, and then work from there. You know, you have to start.
Oh, it's just a matter of stringing some ends together now.
Yeah.
I think, they need to score 2 or 3 ends in a row. Doesn't matter how many they get on those ends. Just take the momentum away from the opposition. Give yourself some confidence. And, yeah, just string together 3 or 4, 2, 3, 4 ends in a row. That's what they should be aiming to do.
Try and think about your smaller, easier, achievable goals.
Yeah.
'Cause at the moment, you think, not sure if we could win the game, but they absolutely could get to 10 before the opposition gets to 20.
Yep.
So on and so forth, and before you know it, you might be within cooey when you get to the last end. To do that, this in the last 4 bowls, we either need to see Michael Small or Craig Carter rest the shot back for their little Burnside team. And he's got a good line. And a good weight.
Yeah, good bowl.
Nice shot.
One down, 2 feet, wide.
How's he looking here?
No, who would know?
Oh, he got a little feather off the short bowl, but he's still 1 down. Almost got a result with a bit of a slippy slide.
Interesting. There's still a good head. The Burnside team are holding one, and they'll hope to continue to hold one, but it's a nice head to play to if you are Tim Hook as the skip, because you've got lovely bowls all sitting in the 6 o'clock position, which means you can afford just to draw on your backhand with a metre of weight. Anything could happen. You can get a feather off all the narrow bowls that sit there. So I know no bowl is easy, but you would consider this to be a bread and butter shot for Tim. Be more surprised if he missed it than if he gets it here. Beautiful. Oh, colour me surprised, Dave.
he had good speed for it.
And if we talk about the strategy, we know Craig's walking down there thinking, well, Tim's going to try that bowl again. So the question is, well, what do you do? And it looks like he's going to try and play for cover here on his forehand. So by that you mean he's thinking, I'll put a bowl where the jack should be going. Could use this bowl and do it.
Oh, that's the opposition's bowl. He's nudged back there.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, let's see how he goes this time. Nice delivery that Tim's got too. Good forward body weight transfer and nice rhythm. Straight lines with his arm, but the end result there, not flash.
No, and that's one of those moments where if Tim had executed that, you've just about won the game of bowls for your team. 9-18 the score. Let's see if they can get to 10 before the opposition get to 20. Now, swinging hand, anyone?
I don't think they will.
Oh, what we have seen is the mat pulled right up by Robert Fensham, and that's a change in itself. Good to see a bit of game awareness, thinking about what can we do differently. And the jack delivered to the 2 metre mark. Here we go. I think he's on his backhand, is he? No.
No.
He lined up on his backhand side before he hopped on the mat.
At least he has made that change of length.
It's good.
The mat's come up. So it's a subtle difference to the length, and he's nailed his first bowl,
brilliant.
which is good to see.
Brilliant bowl from Robert Fensham. Why would you change to your backhand when you can draw a side toucher on the forehand side? Has he put enough chalk on that bowl, Craig Carter? I saw at least 5 chalk sprays, and they're expensive things.
Good reply from Scott McGavin. Nicely in behind, just a foot or 18 inches behind. So a good position bowl, definitely. And it'll take a bit of beating to get a second shot too. So that's a good handy opening bowl as well. Let's see. He's got a great memory though on this end has Robert Fensham. Just a little bit short, but
it's a nice bowl. It'll be interesting to see later on in the head if it sits like that it could be a target for a Dean to play through. I'd be surprised if Matt Pearson was asked to be that aggressive. It's one of the things I think we're going to see more in international bowls, to take away from our point a little bit, but I was mulling over it with the advent of your BPLs, which is now well established, ultimate bowls through 5 on our side of the ditch, etc, etc. We're seeing a lot of leads asked to be far more aggressive than we were in the past, because it's worthwhile in a 5-end game. So leads are now getting practice at going, I'll go jack in the ditch with my first bowl, I'll rip off a bowl with my first bowl. It can't help, I think, but bleed into our traditional game of 4s eventually, in much the same way T20 cricket changed Test match cricket a little bit. We started to see different shots played. I think it cannot help, but it must change our traditional game of 4s eventually. We'll start to see that style.
I think you're right. It will do. He's looking to play with weight here. He's asked if I can have a real rumble down here at this.
Fair enough.
And he's been given the AOK from his skipper to do that. Oh no, it just might be a change of plans here. He's just asking another question. Yeah, no, they've changed. They're just drawing instead. Originally he was looking to play quite sharply down there on the forehand, but now he's just looking to draw on the backhand.
It will look very tempting from the mat end for anyone with any aggressive bones in their body to see that the head framed in the way that it is. If this stays up on the paddock, it's a good bowl.
Yeah, it's going to, I think. Yep.
It's a good shot. I mean, it's not what was asked for, but it's still a good shot. So if the jack does not kill, it will be going into the ditch around there. Being asked to draw again. It's a nice line. Slightly overplayed once more, but those are two very good position bowls.
Ended in a good home, yep.
We know the jack can only ever go in the 4 o'clock direction because it's touching the shot bowl. So it's either killing or it's going towards the ditch in the direction of Matt Pearson's bowls. I'll get the square, it'd be brilliant.
Oh, yeah, he's got two. He made two out, or two, possibly three now.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's what he was going for, but it's an excellent shot because it's changed the head entirely and he's holding a good number.
The only thing is it's quite nicely framed there now to have a... Yeah.
More, yeah.
And especially with those two back bowls that they've got, if he happens to snag the jack perfectly, but he can get rid of at least one of the bowls, get the jack. There are a couple of holes there that he can go through, but it'd be pretty unlucky to go through the hole without... To go through one of the holes. He's going to get a result, does he? No, he's just sidled through. So still three, I think. Well, two and a look anyhow.
He plays with exceptional weight, doesn't he, Dean Gilston? Gives his bowl every chance.
Might only be two by the look of that angle. He does. He plays with good controlled weight. And as you mentioned earlier, that means your bowl's going to hang around. Mike's not going to hang around here because he's not there.
Rinse and repeat. He cannot be far away here, Dean Gilston.
Oh, he got a little slice on it. He might. Oh, look, it could be measure for shot now. I think they might still. It's hard to tell. They might still be down.
I think so. I think it's... I don't think the jack moved away from the bowl quite far enough. That bowl of Mike Smalls that you can see there. The blue bowl to the right of your screen.
So there's two blue disc ones at 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, and then the 2 o'clock bowl is the red disc one. So it's a measure between those three bowls for shot. What's happening here? What's happening here? Pretty good bowl here. A little slide off there now.
Yeah,
that's definitely the shot now.
And the Burnside team will be very pleased that there's a short bowl just at 12 o'clock. You can see it there just in the way. That's Mike Smalls, isn't it? Because it probably stops the full-bladed drive right up the middle. Tim's going to have to look for one of the outside bowls. Lovely shot from Craig Carter. Yeah, there's the angle he can see. So it's not easy. The back end, I suppose, is the more turning of them, so you should be able to get past that front bowl and come back in.
You would think so, quite comfortably around that. He's very narrow here.
Sound
There is
of
a little. Oh, yeah, no, let's have a look here. No, he's okay. I was going to say a little bit of danger if he gets his own outside bowl across onto his other. He could drop a big number, but I think there's still plenty of other red disc bowls around the area to save him from that happening. Lands that.
Oh,
that's
what a shot! What a shot from Craig Carter out of nowhere. He's gone bang bang. I've just played two absolute honeys, and they're holding 4 here. This is a moment from Tim Hook. Needs to connect.
So you reckon it's 4? I thought it's 2 definitely, and then I don't know. It might. It'll be interesting to see. He's closer this time.
I don't think we're going to see. I think
he's closer this time.
Here we go. Into the head now.
Oh,
That can't have been far away.
Let's have a look. Oh, well, they've all decided what it is, but we'll wait and see exactly how many it is.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was 4. Well spotted, that man.
Thank you. I've been right twice today. And they've got to 20. Oh, they've got to 10, sorry, before their opposition got to 20. So now they trail 13 shots to 18. What's another achievable goal that we can set for this Burnside team?
So brought the mat up again. Slightly shorter length. As we see this bowl here just got a feather off of the Mike Small short bowl, and that just was enough to deviate it off target enough to miss the head completely. Okay, so Burnside are back in this now. Scored on consecutive ends. They just need to score again. Make sure they score on this end. Doesn't matter how many it is. Just to keep the momentum rolling. Only the 5 shots behind. 5 ends to go. Single on every end, and they'll force an extra end. So they're right back in it.
Yeah, if they can keep doing what they're doing, all the pressure will fall on the Manawatu team, because they'll absolutely feel like they deserve to win this game. If you look at every measurable part we have of this game, the Manawatu team have essentially dominated, and they are only 5 up. So they'll be disappointed at how it's going, whereas for Burnside, you're only 5 down. You feel like you've got a real chance here. And good for the Burnside team too, that this little comeback has come more from virtue of moving the mat up than it has from switching hands. So they actually still have that in their locker, to be fair.
Oh, no, get round them.
Well played.
The shot.
Just got round the
Been right on it.
little bit of an assistance from the little feather.
On the ready, I'll push him up the shot.
Just
Yeah,
passing
you're right on it,
through.
Barry.
Clean run underneath this bowl would do the trick.
They're good.
Yeah, solid bowls.
Yep.
We have just seen this.
Got a
There's
metre
been a
through.
slight change.
Yeah, there has. The front 2 for the Manawatu side just lost their way a little bit. Robert and Barry have come on a little bit. Just a little momentum
Where they
swing.
come from, mate? The right way. That's free run here, boy. Very good. Here.
This is close though.
Sit, Matt. Sit. Brilliant. Well played.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
shot
one
from
right,
Matt Pearson.
Beautiful on that nice big
Wanna have a run
swinging
off at it?
hand. Back it came.
Wanna have
Awesome
a run
bowl.
off at it?
Good call here. 2 seconds. Get rid of the bowl. Put the pressure back on the opposition straight away if you can get rid of the shot bowl.
He's on the back end. This will be quite quick.
Close.
Oh, that's class, is it not? What a bowl from Mike Small.
Draw the shot, mate.
Brilliant.
So once again, now the pressure back on Dean Gilshan here. He's on a good
Good draft.
line. He's on a good line here. Might be just a wee bit quick. Round it comes now though. Look at this.
Well played here,
Look
Dean.
at this.
Yeah,
He's
good
put it
bowl.
back.
Pal.
Great bowl.
Run that one.
Yeah. Good call from Craig.
I
Why
like
not?
this,
Why
yeah.
not? Yeah, run that one off. We got 2 seconds again.
Drifts wide, you'll go Jack in the ditch. Needs it to let go.
Over Jack.
Needs it to let go. Ooh.
Oh, that back one's gone. And you're going to fall too. Fix it. They've still got 2 seconds. Yours is the only bowl. Scotty up there. It is. It's a danger, but it's the same both sides, really. All right, try and find that port then.
Dean just indicating he'd rather try and navigate his way through on the backhand because you think there's a smaller chance of giving the shot away. Opposition bowl has to move further.
Not bad, Dean. Find the run through, mate.
Oh, this could be. That was nearly perfect. And fully expect to see Craig Carter here. Still got 2 second shots to get rid of the shot bowl. You sit with 2.
Absolutely,
If you're
yep.
wide on the back end, you've binned the Jack in the ditch. All the chances in the world. Look how far that mat actually is up. It's quite some considerable distance.
So it was a good move by Robert Fensom to do that. I guess they had a team chat about it. Definitely helped with the momentum swing that they gained from doing it for sure. Okay, let's see if
Got to be in the area. Little gust of wind. Any wind. That way. Oh,
now he's 2 down. Oh dear.
well, that's a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
What are the chances of hitting a very short bowl on the rink up, and now you're 2 like that's unlucky from Craig Carter.
Come on, mate. Draw close.
Depending on what Tim opts to play here, then Craig may still opt to have a little nibble at this. Both the bowls can go.
Get up here. Jack in the pond.
Yeah, I think backhand looking for the jackal bowls.
Yeah, not a bad option here. Jack in the ditch. Obviously they might have something at the back that'll count, but he's a bit wide this time.
Oh dear. Well, he just cannoned his own bowl out somehow.
No touches. Right, you're there far. Only want a foot, mate, and you'll count. Beat that bowl, you're in.
Just like that, it feels like the momentum just fizzled out in one fell swoop here.
Yep, the balloon's been popped, definitely, for the Burnside team. Yeah, he's drawn another one.
Shot, mate. Very good, mate.
3 there.
Yep.
And into the 20s.
Go long, mate. Go long.
21-13 and at 15-13. I just heard in the ambient mic, I think it was Dean saying, go long, go long.
Yeah,
So
go long.
clearly picked up on that being a strategy of the Burnside team.
Burnside will definitely need to score on 3 of the last 4 ends, if not all 4 ends, to get the 8 shots that they need to draw level.
Good weight. And now we're on, yeah, it's going to sound the forehand. It's a reasonable path here from Robert Fensom, who's played the last 3 ends exceptionally well.
Reasonably high scoring game too, this one. 14 ends gone. We've had 34 shots scored, and you know, we've had a couple of 5s, 1 to each team, and 2 3s or 4. So yeah, it's a reasonably high scoring game. And I guess sometimes the conditions to contribute towards that, the fact that it's a bit gusty and the green's running reasonably quickly.
Yeah, indicative, I think, of the gusts we've had.
Is he going to stop in time here? Yep, that's pretty handy.
Both here, mate. They got good speed, mate. You're all over. Get up.
Tim Hook, oh, he liked the line, but he was right about the speed. Hasn't quite got there.
Very good, mate. Well done, mate. Very good. Come on.
It's the shot though.
It's not quite going to reach it. I thought he might for a second there.
Dean Gilshan following his bowl down here, and he likes it, and just run through. Wasn't Dean, of course. I was wrong there. It's actually Matt Pearson following his bowl down. Harry Williams, oops, the arms up in the air. Not at all happy with that one, and for obvious reasons. So pretty scattered head here. Only one bowl that's reasonably close, the shot bowl belonging to the Tim Hook team. Now it's Dean Gilshan. Pretty good delivery as well. Gets nice and low. Once again, good pendulum swing with the arm. Obviously been a very successful bowler in the Manawatu with 27 centre titles. as we see him draw another shot. Still plenty of room there, but it is counting at this stage.
Yeah, Dean's name always near the top of their Player of the Year standings. From a bowls family, indoor bowls first for Dean. I think I was saying before we went on air, I'm sure he was one of the youngest ever pair skips to win a New Zealand indoor title in the 80s. It was late 80s he won his first New Zealand indoor national title, followed by 3 more. So one of a small group who's won open indoor and outdoor titles. It's Andrew Keith, Gary Lawson, Dale Rayner, and a guy called Ham Pirrett.
Ali Forsyth.
Ali won New Zealand Champs indoor. Yeah, Ham Pirrett won the New Zealand singles in about 1954 in indoor and outdoor, so was the first one to do it. But there's a handful who've been successful in both codes. Dean's one of those. Ali was the youngest Nelson indoor bowls centre gold star holder for many years. He achieved that as a teenager, so very talented as well. And here this week, hoping to, I would be unsurprised to see him feature on the broadcast.
We feather off the short bowl.
So yeah, the wobble stops the bowl from turning as well.
So still 2 to the Tim Hook team. Those 2 bowls at 11 o'clockish as we look at it. He's trying to add another one here. So I think Mike coming up to have a look at things here. He might be suggesting that Craig has a go at those 2 bowls, because they do have 3rd shot at the moment. Not sure whether they have 4th, but
so
they desperately need to score this end.
Are we thinking that it's a matter of onto these 2?
Yep.
And you have
They're
that
the
bowl
shot bowls.
go that way.
Yep, get the split, hopefully.
That bowl go that way and see what happens. I suppose you go, that's first shot and 2nd shot. Then 3rd and 4th. Yeah, I think playing the split and follow through, see how we go.
See if that's what they decided to do. Yes, it is. He's playing with plenty of weight. He's a bit narrow. Going to come through and take his own third. No, he just missed it. Luckily.
It's a great effort.
So Tim will come back up. Just got to beat his own bowl. He finished about 4 or 5 feet short. If he can just drift past his own short bowl by a metre, he'll be a counter.
See Craig waiting in the background with this bowl. He's probably already visualised playing that bowl again, and then it's up to Tim to make it less productive. He's not going to, so it's a rinse and repeat here from Craig Carter. Play the split, get rid of the 2 closest bowls, and see what comes out in the wash after that.
Oh, he's pulled it across his body again. And now it's going to be extremely difficult now. The measure's coming out.
I think it's 2. You think it's 2? I didn't look at all. I wouldn't have a clue.
Oh, you did just put that there with your second and that
Just measuring to see if it's 1 or 2, as they said. And as you said, Dave, it's now looking like we'll need a minor miracle for the Burnside team to find their way back into this game, trailing. It's going to be at least 13-22, but potentially 13-23.
So they've conceded 1 only. Now they've called to the umpire, I think.
Lots of walking around, so 1 at least conceded, and we'll get the umpire to make his decision. Was involved with the revitalisation of the Hamner Springs Bowling Club. This umpire, which is great to see.
David, trying to remember his name. David.
Well, his first name's David.
Yes.
And I can't remember his surname because I
no.
only ever call him David. I haven't called him by his full name because he's not got in trouble yet. But involved he was with the Hamner Springs
Re-establishment of the Hamner Springs Bowling Club. Yeah, they got an artificial green in up there.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it, to see clubs. We were in what has become an unusual situation for Bowls New Zealand, where we had I think 3 clubs re-affiliate to Bowls New Zealand. A couple of years ago it was Hamner Springs and 2 others whose names have evaporated from my mind, but nice to have it where instead of the clubs disappearing off the books, we've had some come back, and I think the tally's now 467 or 468 bowling clubs in New Zealand still. It's levelled off really nicely.
You're right, it's great to see going the other way for a change. So it was just the 1.
So 22-13, and we're on the 16th ends now.
3 ends to go, 9 shots required. Now it's getting tricky.
Just looking back through one of the books we've got with us, Dave, and I was going through the tournament report for 2006, the Nationals in 2006, and it talks about a history-making young team of Stephen Wood, Alan Stewart, James Pugh and Andrew Kelly. Andrew was 17, Alan 16, James 17 and Stephen 19, who apparently entered the 91st Men's National Fours with the objective of maybe making the top 16, and ran all the way to the final where they lost to a team of Ross Thorne, Dwayne Cameron, Shannon McElroy and Shane McGonigal. And the interesting thing being that Shannon McElroy, winning that title, became the youngest bowler ever to win a national title up to that point. But some names there that are still making waves in the bowling scene.
Yeah, that was in Wellington. I remember I was actually at that Nationals myself, and yes, tremendous performance they put on the youngsters, the kids as we were calling them, and yep, they took some scalps along the way too to the final, but just the wise old heads, apart from Shannon and the opposition's team, managed to prevail. And yes, those players all still involved. Andrew Kelly, of course, went on to be an international player. Dwayne Cameron in the other team, the opposition team, he also. But yeah, the young guns, they were a talented bunch of players for sure.
That's a lovely first bowl from Scott McGavin. Particularly when you're up by 22 shots to 13, you really don't want to give your opposition any. It's about snuffing out the hope, as harsh as that sounds.
Yeah.
And if you can get yourself motivated for it, and Scott's gone, bang, I've put a bowl on the jack. Although great 2 shots from Robert Fenson, you can start to get to a space where the other team know they're not going to score the requisite number of shots to stay in the game. Yeah, this is
Another brilliant bowl here.
that's just classy leading from Scott McGavin. Well played. Barry Williams with half a chance here if his bowl can hold on. He needed a gust of wind, and it's a narrow target at the moment for the Burnside team. There'll be a temptation to not even get super duper close here, I suppose, for Matt Pearson, unless he thinks he can tuck the jack in.
Yeah, that would be an option, but you don't want to fatten this up now. There's only a 1.5 bowl target there at the moment, as you can see from the mat end. Stick one right alongside your shot bowl at the front there, and you're opening up the option of the opposition having a real go at it. So just not fattening the head up here. I'd have been looking to get around the back. He definitely hasn't fattened it up. He stayed well away from it. So, but this is where the chess part of the game comes in. Plotting where to put your bowls so that it's going to annoy the opposition, you know, and that could include putting it round the back. Barry's pretty close here. He can use the edge of that bowl there, and he has. He's got the shot, has he?
Yep.
Maybe not. That bowl that he eventually rested up against fell over, which might just give it the shot. Tim having a very good look, a close look at it. I think we got one, he says.
And now it feels a bit different because the head's already been made that little bit easier to get into. So now it's actually you want Matt to get there first.
Yep.
Instead of keeping the target narrow.
If he can draw to that shot bowl, he's a bit wide, but if he could have drawn to that, the black bowl, the last bowl of Barry Williams that came in and sit it backwards, then he would have sat there for 3. So I think that's what they were looking to do, or a little touch on the jack wouldn't have been a bad thing either.
Well, with a 9-shot differential here, Burnside probably will be looking to go up in 3s, so they'll try and find 3 shots on this end. Which is why we're seeing Mike on the forehand looking to play through the shot bowl that sits at 11 o'clock. He's in the area here. Potentially slightly overplayed, but you do want your bowl. I can understand why. If he'd got the shot bowl square, the jack just would have rattled around.
Yep.
How good's this from? Oh, nearly how good. You can see Dan Gilston there thinking, I've actually made the target bigger.
Yes. And I think you might see a little bit more aggression here from Mike. Maybe not. Maybe he's sticking to the original plan.
You can see.
Here it comes now.
It's
He's
a
in
big
the
gutting
area
down to
here.
hit.
He's in the air. Turn that onto the jack, and
Oh dear.
turn that onto the jack, and he would have got one out of it by virtue of that bowl hitting the jack and nudging it back to their blue disked bowl. The trouble is here for the Burnside crew is that they need more than one. They need to score more than one. All that would have achieved is given them one shot.
They need to try and get the jack
Out there, yep.
into this space.
Yep, there's 3 out there.
Only way to do that is if you can hit this bowl at the right angle so that it goes on to that one and
Yep.
then the jack pops out there.
That's it.
So you're asking for 4 things to happen, but it's possible. It needs to be pretty square, I think, through that front bowl, and you'd be okay.
Look at this bowl coming in too. Another excellent bowl on the head here. We've got a great head here.
And
Yeah.
I would argue that the backhand's the way to play it, Dave, because your collision bolt
Yep.
follows through for 4.
Yep.
So if you're on the backhand side, into here. Sorry team, that's my bad. I'll blame Harry, but it's entirely my fault. If you're on the backhand side into there, not only does the jack end up here, but your collision bolt follows through too. So let's see if that's what he's opting to play. It's on its way. He's on the forehand.
He's going to go through the hole, is he? Oh, look at that.
Oh!
But he's touched the jack. He might have
what a
one.
mighty effort.
He might have got one out of it, but unfortunately, as I said, they need more than one.
This is an unbelievable head that
It
we've
is.
seen.
It's
Just,
and I think one of the reasons is I think the wind might have dropped right away out there again. So it's meant that, we can see the flags are hardly moving there now.
I've got another question for you when they stop crowding the head so we can get whichever camera it is that I'm drawing on, that one. If Burnside hit this bolt, surely this bowl goes that way and this bowl goes that way, and then they have 1, 2, be 2 shots, wouldn't it?
2, yeah. Which is the minimum they require, I feel, to stay in contention in this match. See, I wouldn't be trying anything too dramatic if I was Tim, rather. I'd be happy to drop a 1 if they are 1 down. It's hard to tell, but
And he's got last bowl, doesn't he? So even if you are
yes, he has. Yes, he
if
will
you're
have last bowl.
briefly down, you just back yourself to salvage. Yeah, I reckon hit the front bowl, pretty square, and you could end up with a 3.
But look at that head. How magnificent is that? That's what we like to see.
Beautiful head of bowls. That one. No, the one in the middle. Yep. Don't be looking at the outside plant, because I think that gets the jack. But the bowl in the middle, the 2 closest bowls of Manawatu. Interesting, they're looking at the outside plant. So the intention for that one would be you're still getting that to play the split, bang bang, as they just pointed at. The question is only if it moves the jack, it's not great, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Okay, they've made up their mind. Craig's marching back to the mat. He's made his mind up as to what shot he's going to play here.
I'd be interested to, I'm interested. I'm quite excited, actually. I want to see as long as he hits either of the 2 plants, I'll be happy, because I think it should be pretty to watch.
He's playing with plenty of weight.
He's got the outside one. This is close. Let's see if the jack moves. Doesn't. Just underhit it.
He's got the shot out of it.
If it hit that harder, it was worth about 4.
Yeah, he's got the shot out of it, but unfortunately, that ain't going to be enough. And there's a nice little draw shot up there now for Tim Hook, just arriving on the back end to the shot bowl, sitting and staying for a couple or tickle the jack. He's got that option there now.
Well, yeah, it is. It was well nominated and well played there by Craig Carter, and I stand corrected, because had he hit that shot harder, it was worth a 4 or 5. There was no jack movement at all. And this to win the game, essentially. I would imagine we'll see a shaking of the hands if Tim Hook can rest the shot here. Otherwise, they may play one more end.
So 1 to the Burnside team, 22-14 with 2 to go. Yep, they have to score this end. They're 8 behind now. They must score this end, otherwise it's numerically impossible to win it. So this may very well be the last end.
Yeah, you sort of expect it to be so. It's been an interesting game. The Manawatu team deserved to be up, but it's not been through lack of trying from the Burnside team. So we see Robert Fensom.
So once again, the mat's been marched up the green a little bit here by the Burnside team. Trouble is now, the Manawatu side starting to cotton onto this length as well. We saw that the last end, how brilliantly tight that last end was. We had 8 or 9 bowls that were within a tablecloth, tea towel cloth sized area.
There's a good bowl.
Yep, excellent. So a big day of bowls here at Burnside, drawing to a close again. Greens were chocker this morning, and then slowly but surely the teams have been whittled away. It was quite amazing walking in this morning, actually, seeing both greens full, a green full of lady bowlers and a green full of men bowlers. It's fantastic to see.
At 8:30 in the morning too. It's not. You don't get a sleep in if you want to play a Summerset Nationals. This is close from Matt Pearson.
Definitely got Tim Hook interested, and fair enough too. He should be interested. What a great bowl.
Yeah, classy bowl. If it sits down, it's better.
Still moving. Tim reluctant to go in and put the spray chalk on it in case. Oh, there it is. It's fallen now.
The reason I said that is before it sat down, it required just a tiny tap, and the jack was going directly back to the Burnside bowl. Now there's a bit of a gap between it, so it's harder to play that shot. Released very nicely from Barry Williams, and he has to be close here. Everything but. Big swing. You'd think there'd be a temptation to call the backhand here, the left of the screen as you see it from Tim Hook, because you've got the shot. Could go ugly on the forehand, whereas the backhand's a very safe way just to draw a second. But, okay. Well, then don't be narrow. Or
Yes.
be wide.
Yes, accentuate the positive. He's not too bad. Drops underneath that, or he's just going to get watered on that bowl. But
That was well played. And he sat down in the way, so maybe we may just see a shot in anger here. Attacking bowl from Mike Small. They need to score a 5 again, probably. Repeat that first end to be any sniff in this game.
Mike's in the area here. Just
Lovely effort.
what a genuine attempt that was. Now they've got a nice little pocket of 3 bowls. You can see that Lloyd's identified that as a danger area, and he's trying to get Dean Gilshanen to put one in amongst those 3 bowls, because any slight 1 foot movement backwards of the jack is going to nestle nicely in amongst those 3 Burnside bowls.
The Burnside team need a number, and they've got a head where they could get a number out of it.
Just going to dribble past, isn't he? Almost got the bowl exactly where they wanted it.
You'd almost wait one more bowl here. As Michael's got one more bowl, doesn't he?
Yeah, Mike's got a bowl to come.
I think you'd almost wait one more bowl. you put another catching bowl in. The reason being, if you play your shot now, the opposition has more goes at destroying your head.
Destroying your good work. Yep.
I'd put a ball in a catching position and back.
He's got a bit.
Craig to play his shot.
Dean's bowl hasn't ended up in too bad a spot because it means that Mike's got to be absolutely precise with the weight that he plays to the shot bowl. If he turns the shot bowl onto the jack and rolls it too far, it'll go through the hole to that bowl of Dean's at the back. So his speed has to be 100% perfect here if they are attempting to play the shot with this bowl. He's in the area. A wee feather off that first. Oh,
Lovely effort. That's good bowl. He's set it up. He set himself up with a lovely shot. There's a real chance they could score a 4 or 5 here.
yes, there is now, because they can use that bowl of Mike's as a plant bowl to nip the shot bowl off the head now. It definitely has changed things for the better for the Burnside side.
And just quickly, it's David Conroy was the name of that umpire. And thank you to Bill Fowley for providing that information. Very nice to hear from you. Another man who's done a huge amount of work for the sport of bowls.
Absolutely.
Conroy, of course.
Especially in India, his stint in India, Bill went over and he was the director of the bowls tournament for the Commonwealth Games over in India. Him and his wife spent a few years living over there.
Quite an experience.
Tremendous experience for them, yep. Experienced everything that India can throw at them, the heat, and then there was the monsoon rains. I remember seeing some photos Bill had posted of the flooded little apartment that they were living in. The water was attempting to come in the back door.
Oh, beautiful. Perfect.
Yeah, that's in a good home, isn't it?
There was disappearing, things disappeared as well. Uniforms might have gone missing or something. I remember there being a number of interesting stories if you sit down and have a chat.
It was an amazing opportunity for Bill, and he did a fantastic job of running that event.
So now Craig Carter still has to play the shot. It's not worth quite as much as it was before Dean played that exceptional cover bowl, but still looking to play onto Mike's bowl to cannon the shot bowl off, and he's not a million miles away here. Okay, let's see where the jack goes. Nowhere.
Oh dear.
That was a lovely effort.
It was a genuine attempt, that, yes. Another good head we've got here. Once again, you could throw a tea towel over about 8 or 9 bowls here.
See, 3 blue stickered bowls, but that 1 red stickered bowl of Dean Gilshan's
right in the catching pen.
Very irritating bowl if you are Burnside. You can see they're just talking through the options. Where can we place a bowl that it will be? They're sort of scattering the bowls, aren't they? I need to overthink it, really. I think for Tim, it's just about making sure you're not going near the target. You don't want to make it any easier for Craig, so just play a bowl to the left or the right of the head. On his forehand by his the way he's lining up, and he's not Kelvin Scott, so I'm sure it will be. There we go. Oh, Sparrow. Brave.
Okay, we might be about to see the last bowl of the match here. If Craig can't make a conversion here,
Yeah, shake of the hands.
it'll be a shake of the hands time.
Here we go.
It's in the area.
It's not to
No.
be. It's not to be, and
No.
that'll be that. Won't it?
Yep, definitely.
Here we go. Here we go. You'll just.
They fit- they-
What's the delay?
Yep, here we go. The hands are being shaken now.
Very good. And congratulations to Tim Hook, Dean Gilston, Matt Pearson and Scott McGavin, who have won that game. And they deserved it, didn't they? They played the better bowls at the end of the day. Played very well, but it was a spirited effort from the Burnside team. Thank you for joining me for the day in the commentary, Dave, and I look forward to tomorrow. Remember, tune in tomorrow from 12 o'clock and you'll get to see the final of the 2025 Summerset National Fours women's event, followed by the men. We'll see you then, but for now, sit back, relax and enjoy some highlights from that game.
When someone you care about. Dear Diary, My move to Summerset has been quite the page turner. Sally wants me on the croquet team, but Beth says Mahjong is where all the fun is at. I can hear Barry's choir from here. And Kenneth's passionate about getting everyone's heart rate up. But Molly and I opted to do a whole lot of nothing today. A wonderfully underrated pastime.